Chapter 409. In less than a day, news of Zi Chen's deeds had spread throughout Zhongli city. Obviously, this had caused another huge uproar and caused an uproar. Zi Chen, who should have died 2 years ago, miraculously survived and became a Zephyr Realm expert. His strength became stronger, and he killed many Zephyr Realm experts of the Kang and Li families with his own strength. Among them, a late Zephyr Realm expert was killed by Zi Chen himself, and several more died when they used all their trump cards. The losses were extremely heavy. This made the two families, who had not recovered their strength, even worse. They failed to establish their prestige and became a laughingstock again. However, while the crowd was amazed, there were also many people who were curiously guessing that Zi Chen hadn't died in the past because he had obtained a saint's inheritance. Now, he was able to fight opponents 2 levels higher than him, and he even had the ability to kill them. Zi Chen's powerful battle prowess was terrifying. The Spirit Origin realm had 4 levels, early, middle, late, and peak, which were equivalent to the True Energy realm's 9 levels. Each level represented 3 levels, and the peak of the Spirit Origin realm was equivalent to the peak of the 9th level. Zi Chen could kill a late Zephyr realm expert with his early Zephyr realm strength, which was equivalent to a True Energy realm expert killing a True Energy realm expert of the 9th level. His strength was shocking. Moreover, the difference between each level of the Zephyr realm was huge. Zi Chen could fight people above his level, which inevitably made people wonder if he had obtained the saint's inheritance. The Kang and Li families suffered heavy losses and were very unwilling to accept it, so they formed the Zhong-Chen alliance again and invited other forces to join, threatening to kill Zi Chen and obtain the saint's inheritance. However, when the news came out, there was no response. All the forces chose to remain silent, including the martial ancestor, the Chu family, the Geng family, and the Zhu family. Back then, all of Zi Chen's great enemies had chosen to remain silent. Now, Zi Chen had grown to the point where he could kill a late Zephyr realm expert at will. In the outside world, who could suppress him? Naturally, masters could, and late Zephyr realm experts with elixir weapons could. However, how many sovereigns could there be in a force? As for alchemy soldiers, there was no need to even think about it. In this region where resources were scarce, the number of alchemy soldiers was even less than that of sovereigns. Thinking back to the time when Su Long killed the martial ancestor, who had been a martial ancestor for many years, he didn't even have a suitable pill weapon. Therefore, the two families were bound to be shut out. Several years had passed, and Zi Chen was no longer the same as before. Now, he had grown into a true powerhouse in this area. Unless someone barged into their territory again, no one could kill him in the outside world. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. None of the major forces wanted to stir up trouble, and they couldn't afford to provoke Zi Chen either. The matter had come to an end. The Kang and Li families had suffered heavy losses, but they had no choice but to swallow this bitter fruit. As long as the other forces didn't make a move, they wouldn't dare to send experts to hunt down Zi Chen. Zi Chen was already strong enough to make them tremble. Now, what they needed to do was pray that Zi Chen had an accident and died outside. Otherwise, when Zi Chen grew into a martial ancestor, it would be the end of the world for the major forces. As the person involved, Zi Chen was heading towards the floating mist sect. Now that this matter was over, he wanted to see Su Mengyaro before he left. Back in the ruins, Wanderer Misty had given Zi Chen the correct route and marked out the location of the floating mist sect. Squeak squeak. The devil ape was very excited and kept jumping around. Zi Chen's display of powerful battle skills in Kangli City had caused a sensation. 2 of his kills were related to the little guy, but no one knew. Looking at the little guy, Zi Chen was filled with emotions. In the holy burial ground, it had almost scared him and old Mohaf to death. At that time, Zi Chen had thought that it was a guy with ulterior motives who wanted to throw it away. But after entering the colorful door of light, Zi Chen realized how terrifying the little guy was. It had saved Zi Chen's life several times. It could be said that if it wasn't for the little guy, Zi Chen would have died in the colorful door of light even if he didn't die from the pill weapons. Over there, Zi Chen witnessed a series of inconceivable scenes. He saw a demonic shadow that was hundreds of meters tall. It was like a living creature, emitting a powerful aura. He saw glowing skeletons, all of which were transformed from human experts. Corpses were everywhere. Inside the colorful door of light was also a battlefield, but those who died were all unparalleled experts. Even after countless years of death, their skeletons were still glowing. The powerful aura made Zichen and old Mo tremble. It was a trembling from the soul. The demonic shadow was like a living creature. The aura it emitted was even stronger than a martial ancestor, but the little guy wasn't afraid at all. Instead, it felt like it was in heaven. Red light flashed in its eyes, and the delusion breaker eye reappeared. Materialized light shot out of its eyes, piercing through all illusions. As it opened its mouth, a suction force appeared, and the demonic shadows collapsed into energy and were devoured by it. The little guy was like the natural nemesis of the demonic shadows. Wherever it passed, no matter how powerful it was, it didn't dare to fight with the little guy. Under the delusion breaker eye, they all exploded into energy and were devoured. Zichen could be said to have passed through it safely, and he finally knew how the little guy grew and survived. It was completely the energy of the demonic shadows that provided it with everything. Going all the way, he saw a ball of fire in the end. It emitted a sacred aura, but it didn't match the sacred aura at all. It was burning oil. To be precise, it wasn't oil, but a kind of blood that was shining brightly. At the same time, Zichen also saw a lot of carvings next to it, burning the sacred fire with demonic blood. In addition, Zichen also learned a shocking news from the ancient carvings. Demonic blood was refined with the blood of foreign race experts. In addition to the blood essence of foreign race experts, it also contained the life force of foreign race experts. As long as the sacred fire wasn't extinguished, the saint could be resurrected one day. And the sacred fire ignited with demonic blood was like a spark of hope. Zichen was extremely shocked, but then, something even more shocking happened. The token that Zichen had obtained flew into the air, then turned into a burning flame and slowly merged with the sacred fire. In an instant, the sacred aura in the flame became stronger. At the same time, the life force became stronger, as if the flame was giving birth to a saint. Bypassing the sacred fire and walking to the end of the road, Zichen saw an ancient stone door. He tried everything, but couldn't open it. Clearly, his journey had come to an end. Zichen suspected that behind the stone door was the burial place of the saint. Unfortunately, he couldn't enter. Next to the stone door, Zichen found carvings again. Following Elder Mo's translation, Zichen found that it wasn't about the resurrection of the saint, but a very strange cultivation method. It didn't cultivate the heart or the body, only the spirit. This was a method to cultivate spiritual sense. It was very special. Although it was incomplete, it still shocked Zichen. This was because the complete cultivation method recorded in the book would allow one to cultivate a perfect spiritual sense. Perfect spiritual sense, perfect constitution. This should be the second page of the heavenly book, but it's not complete. It's just a fragment. Zichen slowly comprehended it. After 2 years, Zichen was sent to the outside world in a tremor. Squeak, squeak. The little guy's cry pulled Zichen out of his memories. He saw its little finger pointing at the ground and gesticulating. Zichen lowered his head and laughed involuntarily. It was actually a violent bear whose head had been smashed. "Do you want me to roast it?" Zichen asked with a smile. The little guy squeaked and jumped. It was so happy that its eyes narrowed. After bringing the little guy out of the saint's burial ground, Zichen gave it some roasted meat. The little guy was addicted to the taste of roasted meat. After skillfully cutting and cleaning, Zichen set up a fire to roast the meat. Soon, the aroma of meat wafted out. The floating mist sect was located in the northern part of this area. It was a very mysterious place. To be precise, this place was no longer within the territory of the 7 major cities and 3 major sects. It was the true southern region. Very few people came and went here. Even the sect disciples rarely went out. It was an isolated sect, just like the Moon Pavilion. Following the correct route, Zichen arrived at the floating mist sect a month later. From afar, he saw the towering mountain gate covered in fog. This fog was the floating mist sect's protection battle. Zichen didn't force his way in. Rogue cultivator Zichen is here to pay a visit to the drifting mist sect. After standing outside the fog for a long time and not hearing the voice of the floating mist sect's disciples, Zichen opened his mouth. His clear voice passed through the thick fog and entered the mountain gate. But just like before, there was no response. It was as if this was an empty sect. Rogue cultivator Zichen is here to pay a visit to the drifting mist sect. Zichen's voice echoed. Zichen couldn't see anything from the outside. But within the floating mist sect, Zichen's words had already caused a huge commotion. What? Zichen is here? Isn't he dead? Damn it. Is it this toad that made junior sister Mengyaro sad? This guy's life is really tough. The news of his death was all fake. Although Zichen hadn't come to the floating mist sect before, his reputation had already spread. However, it wasn't because of his glorious battle achievements, but because Su Mengyaro often mentioned his name. This made many senior brothers remember this hateful name. 2 years ago, there was a rumor that he died. Junior sister Mengyaro was heartbroken. Who would have thought that he was actually faking his death? How despicable. Let the toad in. Let us teach him a lesson for junior sister Mengyaro. That's right. We also want to see what this toad looks like. He actually made junior sister Mengyaro unable to forget him. Many disciples had already gathered at the mountain gate. They all looked to be in their 20s. Each of them had outstanding talent and heroic spirit. Moreover, they all came from the sky. Clearly, their talent wasn't ordinary. At this moment, each of them was filled with powerful battle intent. Back when the drifting mist sect had brought Su Mengyaro back, the white-robed Su Mengyao's temperament was outstanding. She had instantly become a goddess in the hearts of many senior brothers and junior brothers. But unfortunately, this goddess already had someone in her heart. This caused many senior brothers' hearts to break. Zichen naturally didn't expect that before he even entered, he had already provoked the dissatisfaction of so many floating mist sect disciples. And before that, he also had another name. This isn't good. He came to find Master. His also junior sister Mengyao's sweetheart. If they fight, wouldn't it be ugly? Said an older senior brother. Chapter 4:10. That's right, senior apprentice brother. Our junior apprentice sister Mengyaro's talent is outstanding. She's like a celestial that descended to the mortal world. But she's pure and kind. Perhaps she met a bad person and was tricked by a toad. As senior apprentice brothers, we can't just watch as junior apprentice sister jumps into a pit of fire. That's right, we have to help junior apprentice sister and make that toad back off. We have to let him know that a toad can't eat swan meat. The floating mist sect's disciples' eyes were shining, their battle intent soaring. Zichen's reputation had been earned through fighting. Furthermore, he had created countless miracles and glory. No matter where he went, he would cause a commotion. It was the same when he came to the floating mist sect. Unfortunately, he was called a toad. Alright then. Zichen came from a barbarian land. That place lacks resources and powerful battle skills. You have to be careful when you attack. Don't injure him, said senior apprentice brother Li. Don't worry, senior apprentice brother. Although we've long since been annoyed by that toad, we'll give junior apprentice sister Mengyaro some face and won't be too heavy on him. The floating mist sect's disciples nodded mischievously. Senior apprentice brother Li shook his head. He knew he couldn't stop them, so he didn't say anything. Rogue cultivator Zichen has come to pay a visit to Wanderer Floating Mist. Zichen stood in the clouds and spoke for the 3rd time. Just at this moment, the clouds in front of him rippled and a passage appeared. Following that, a voice rang out from the mountain gate. Let the toad in. Hearing this voice, Zichen was instantly stunned. His foot that had just taken a step stopped. What was going on? Are you an idiot? How can you speak like that? Following that, another angry shout was heard. Then what should I say? If you don't know, then don't speak. Listen to me. There was a light cough, and then a voice came from the mountain gate. Toad, why have you come? Bah, you're wrong. What's wrong? You shouldn't be called a toad. Following that, a quarrel broke out. Outside, Chen was dumbfounded. Just what was going on? Toad, they shouldn't be talking about him, right? But looking around, there was no one. They must have mistaken me for someone else. Chen comforted himself. The quarrel finally came to an end. All right, open the formation. I'm going to speak. The formation has been opened. Ah, then didn't he hear our conversation? I think so. Damn you, I'll strangle you to death. Another round of quarreling ensued. Junior brother, are you just going to sit here and watch the show? Aren't you going to stop it? An old daoist sat on the mountain peak and looked in the direction of the mountain gate. Why should we stop them? These little fellows always look down on the barbarians. Let's teach them a lesson this time, Vagabond Misty said with a slight smile. With such a huge commotion, he naturally knew about it, but he didn't show himself. Oh, you're so confident. Do you really think that Chuang-ku, that Chen can win? The old man coughed lightly, looking somewhat embarrassed. It was no wonder he was like this. In the entire floating mist sect, apart from Vagabond Misty and Su Mengyaro, almost no one called Chen by his name. They all called him Toad out of habit. That little fellow has a good temperament. He's neither arrogant nor rash. Most importantly, he's created so much glory along the way. Even if he came from a barbarian land, he's not an ordinary barbarian. Vagabond Misty smiled. Enough. Hurry up and say something. In front of the mountain gate, the quarrel rang out again, and they kept calling him Toad. Chen's face darkened. Fortunately, a dignified voice rang out, stopping the quarrel. Who are you? A normal voice rang out. Chen was speechless. He had already said it several times. Rogue cultivator Chen, I'm here to greet Vagabond Misty. Master isn't here. Please go back. The indifferent voice rang out again. Are you stupid? If you don't let Toad in, how are we going to teach him a lesson? Do you know how to talk? Another voice rang out. Let's turn off the formation first. Otherwise, the Toad will hear us. After that, the formation activated again, and the passage that had just appeared closed. Chen could no longer hear anything. However, his expression was extremely ugly. Clearly, he was now certain that Toad was referring to him. Chen was very annoyed. He was handsome and handsome. No matter how he looked at it, he had nothing to do with an ugly Toad. Therefore, he decided that after he entered, he would definitely teach these rude people a lesson. Hey, Master is out and will be back in a few days. You can come in first. The formation activated, and the passage reappeared. Another voice rang out. Chen stood in place, not moving. He didn't know if these people had finished their discussion. If he was halfway through and they started arguing again, the formation would be closed. Then it would be over. When the matrix was activated, Chen, who was inside, would naturally be killed. Chen hesitated. Are you coming in or not? A figure appeared at the mountain gate, looking at Chen through the passage. Have you finished your discussion? Chen asked. What discussion? The person was stunned. For example, if I go in, there will be a test. Oh, we haven't discussed it yet. Wait a while. The person suddenly understood. He turned around and walked in. After that, the formation was closed. Chen was speechless. After a while, the passage reopened, and the figure appeared again. You're coming in to challenge the formation. This was a little guy who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He looked very innocent and spoke as soon as he appeared. Okay. Chen nodded and said, then I'll go in, but you can't close the formation again. Of course not. I'll wait for you to come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the passage disappeared again, but it soon reopened. The young man said, sorry, I accidentally made a mistake. Toad, are you okay? Chen didn't speak. He strode into the passage. He was very fast. In an instant, he passed through the passage and arrived at the mountain gate. Chen's speed shocked the young man. He took a few steps back. How do I pass? Chen asked the young man. Fight. Toad, you have to fight with me first. I'm the first one. The young man puffed out his chest. Little brat, go play somewhere else. Zichen's face darkened. He waved his sleeves and threw the young man into the mountain gate. Then, he strode forward. No, Toad, you cheated. I'm not ready. The young man's unwilling voice rang out. Enough, stop arguing. Even if you lose, you have to lose with dignity. Are we from the floating mist sect people who can't afford to lose? Another young voice rang out. It was the young man in the second stage. Toad, congratulations on passing the first stage. It's my turn now. As the young man finished speaking, his aura surged. He didn't notice at all. Zichen's face darkened. Be careful, this Toad has a sneak attack. The young man from before warned. HMPH, sneak attack? I, little tiger, am not afraid. I'll make the first move. The young man in the second stage shouted and released an earth-shattering attack. In an instant, it flooded towards Zichen. Boom. The energy surged and exploded. When the energy dissipated, there was no one in front of them. Ah, this Toad is so weak. I turned him into dust in an instant. Not good, Master will punish me. Senior sister will definitely scold me. Little Tiger looked at the empty space in front of him and screamed. Behind him, Zichen had the urge to vomit blood. Then, he grabbed the young man's neck. Ah, ghost. Little Tiger screamed. Shut up. If you scream again, I'll strangle you to death. Zichen angrily shouted. Ah, you want to kill me? I didn't say I wanted to kill your senior brother. Save me, this Toad wants to kill me. Okay, I won't kill you. Let me ask you a question. If you answer, I'll let you go. Zichen was helpless. How did he meet these two little brats? Okay, ask away. Why do you call me Toad? Little Tiger pondered for a moment before replying with a serious expression. Because you're a toad. Nonsense. Have you ever seen a toad? I am a person. I have a name. Zichen was furious. Yes, I heard from senior sister that your name is Zichen, right? Little Tiger said with a smile. You know my name, yet you still dare to speak so carelessly. Zichen pretended to be fierce. Little Tiger was not frightened. He puzzledly said, but everyone calls you Toad. Moreover, our senior brothers said that this name is the only one that suits you. Damn it, so it's them. Zichen was angry and said, then what else did your senior brothers say? Little Tiger thought for a while and said, they said that you are a toad who wants to eat swan meat. You are not worthy of our senior sister, so everyone calls you Toad. Then have you ever seen such a handsome toad? Zichen wanted to beat him up for calling him Toad. No. Little Tiger shook his head seriously and said, you are the most handsome toad I have ever seen. What are you talking about? Zichen was so angry that he threw Little Tiger out. Now, he understood everything. Then, he shouted to the front, okay, stop hiding. Whoever is not convinced, come out. Don't you feel embarrassed to let one or two kids take the lead? We are afraid that you will suddenly run away, so we did this. We are not scared of you. A voice came from the dark. Then, figures appeared one after another. There were 7 or 8 of them. They are all flying. Zichen's pupils shrank. He was surprised. These 7 or 8 people were about the same age as him, but the aura they emitted was all flying. One of them was even in the middle stage of the flying state. They are all monstrous geniuses. Zichen was amazed. Hey, Toad, you are from a barbarian land, so we will not bully you. You first fight with the weakest one here. His realm is the same as yours. A young man in the middle stage of the flying state said. I have a name. Don't call me Toad, or I will fight you. Zichen said angrily. Okay, Toad. Let the battle begin. Beat him first. A young man walked out. He was in the early stage of the flying state. At the same time, he saluted Zichen and said, Toad, please. Chapter 4:11. As soon as Zichen opened his mouth, the 8 geniuses were stunned. Toad, what did you say? They were shocked, unable to believe what they just heard. Cut the crap. I'm going to beat you all into a pig's head today. Come at me together. The other party kept calling him a toad, which made Chen completely angry. This was an insult to his character. Toad, you're insulting us. Toad, you're insulting our character. I want to fight you. Let me fight this toad. How dare he insult our character? One by one, the talented geniuses were furious. They scrambled to be the first to fight Chen. Looking at their expressions, it was as if they had been greatly wronged and wanted to seek justice from Chen. Chen was confused, his face was full of black lines. Who was insulting whose character? You guys kept calling him a toad, and now you're saying I'm insulting your character. He was furious and shouted, no need to fight. Come at me together. I'm going to beat you all into a pig's head. Senior brother, did you hear that? This toad dares to insult us. I want to fight with him. I'll go first and let him know the power of the floating mist sect's disciples. No, all of you back off. It's my turn. He insulted our souls. Then we'll trample on his body. 7 of the 8 were scrambling. As for the last one, he was staring at Chen with hostility. So noisy. Come at me together if you have the ability. Chen shouted, impatient. Ah, Toad, you dare to insult our character. You're finished. I'm going to teach you a lesson. I'm going to trample on you. As soon as the voice fell, a young man in the early stage of the flying mist realm rushed towards Chen. Boom. A powerful aura rolled out. The other party launched a powerful attack. The energy kept surging, but there was no killing intent. Obviously, the other party just wanted to teach Chen a lesson. It had to be said that the other party had some tricks up his sleeve. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a monster among the major forces. But for Chen, as long as he was in the early stage of the flying mist realm, there was no difference between a monster and a genius. He would still be defeated. Bang! Chen punched out. Golden light flashed and instantly obliterated the energy attack. At the same time, he sent the young man flying with a punch. Everyone was astonished and looked at Chen in shock. An existence comparable to a monster was actually defeated in one strike. Sigh, it's not challenging at all. Stop fighting and come at me together. Chen looked at his fists and said confidently, wow, so handsome. He really is a very handsome toad. He actually sent senior brother flying with a single strike. The 2 youths beside him had looks of worship on their faces. Shut up, little brat. I'll deal with you later. Chen's face instantly darkened. Toad, I'll face you. At this moment, another shout rang out. Another young man attacked Chen. My swordsmanship is powerful, but I don't want to bully you. Today, I'll let you see my iron fist. The other party shouted and waved his fist. The next moment, a violent aura appeared. On the other party's fist, an illusory light appeared. It was like steel, smashing towards Chen. Chen smiled faintly. He was not afraid at all. With a flash of golden light, he punched forward. Although these people spoke rudely, their intentions were not bad. This made Chen, who was used to seeing the ugly faces of the major forces, look at these young men again and feel that they were somewhat cute. Bang! But although they were cute, they must be taught a lesson for insulting his character. So, the second young man was sent flying with a punch. Wow! The 2 youths next to him had stars in their eyes, but before they could say anything, they were stopped by Chen. Shut up. Oh, okay, Toad. The 2 were very obedient and quickly shut up. Chen was speechless again. Toad, it's my turn. The 3rd youth shouted and rushed towards Chen. Senior brother, be careful. This toad is very strong. The 2 youths next to him said. Don't worry, watch my shadowless ethereal steps. The 3rd young man shouted. Light flashed under his feet, leaving behind a series of after-images as he flew towards Chen at lightning speed. Senior brother's shadowless ethereal steps is really powerful. He actually comprehended the quintessence of true intent and achieved the true shadowless ethereal steps. Isn't that so? With such extreme speed, that toad will definitely lose. The youths next to him discussed. Chen was speechless. These 2 were really too naive. They didn't even know how to praise others. There were so many afterimages in front of them, but they dared to say shadowless. Competing in speed. Then come. Zichen's body flashed with golden light. Then, he also turned into afterimages. In terms of speed, who could compare to Zichen in the same realm? Peng. Another loud sound. The afterimages disappeared. The third youth was sent flying by Zichen with a punch. His opponent was stunned. After landing on the ground, he said in shock, "Toad, what kind of footwork is that?" "It's a footwork for ass-kicking." Zichen's voice was cold. As his voice fell, his figure appeared behind his opponent. Then, he kicked his opponent, sending him flying. "Good, Toad. You do have some skills." After defeating 3 people in a row, all in one move, the others no longer underestimated Zichen. Their expressions became more serious. "I hate this name, so I must beat you guys up today," Zichen said coldly. Toad, don't think that you are strong. There are many strong people in our floating mist sect." The others turned around and looked at the youth in the middle stage of the flying mist sect. "Senior brother Meng Shi, this Toad is extraordinary. We can only leave him to you." The senior brother named Meng Shi was obviously the leader of the group. He looked at Zichen with a serious expression. He nodded. Under the expectant eyes of the crowd, he took a few steps forward and clasped his fist at Zichen. "Brother Toad, please." Zichen's lungs were about to explode. He almost vomited blood. He thought that this guy would say something nice, but it was obviously wishful thinking. The naivety of these people made him speechless. It was obvious that they had never ventured out into the world before. Even their so-called senior brothers were inflexible. Would it kill them to call him Brother Zichen in such a situation? Afraid that the other party would say something else, Zichen's face darkened. He shouted and took the initiative to attack the other party. "What's wrong with the Toad?" "I don't know. Maybe he's afraid of senior brother." He shouted and fought like crazy. "Look, his hair is standing up. Wow, so that means Brother Toad is not berserk. Yes, that should be it. Wow, a berserk Toad." The discussion of the crowd made Zichen have the impulse to kill himself. Why did they keep talking about Toad? And Brother Toad? What kind of name was that? Boom. The sky was filled with golden light. Zichen went completely berserk. He wanted to end this quickly and change the way the crowd looked at him. "Tyrannical fist!" shouted Zichen loudly. He punched out with a powerful fist. Dazzling golden light and terrifying fist light caused screams to ring out. "Brother Toad, sorry for the offense." Meng Shi, who was in the middle stage of the Zephyr realm, was not to be outdone. He threw a palm forward. It seemed light and weak, but there was a kind of strength surging. If Zichen's fist represented the strongest and strongest, then Meng Shi's fist represented the strongest and softest. The strength of the palm began to dissolve Zichen's powerful attack. Bang! In the end, a dull sound was heard. Meng Shi took 5 steps back and blocked Zichen's attack. What? Zichen's eyes widened in disbelief. There was actually someone in the middle stage of the Zephyr realm who could block his tyrannical fist without any injuries. Zichen was shocked. At the same time, he felt that Meng Shi was extraordinary. Wow, this Toad is so strong. He actually defeated Brother Meng Shi. Yeah, he can even defeat Brother Meng Shi. He can totally be called Brother Toad. The other young men were obviously shocked. They all felt that it was unbelievable. Who was Meng Shi? He was the true genius of the floating mist sect. No one in the same realm was his opponent. Who would have thought that he would be suppressed by an early-stage Zephyr realm Toad? Brother Toad, you are really strong. I admire you. But if you only have this strength, then you are obviously going to lose. I have to do my best. Meng Shi said seriously. So Brother Meng Shi didn't use his full strength. No wonder he was defeated. You really scared me. I thought Brother Toad was really strong. Look, Brother Toad's face is so dark. He must have used his full strength. He is definitely not Brother Meng Shi's opponent. The group of young men spoke again. Zichen's face was even darker. He couldn't listen to them anymore. He took the initiative to attack again, afraid that he would vomit blood. Then let me see how strong you are. Zichen shouted angrily. He mobilized the energy in his body and punched again. It was still a tyrannical punch, but it was stronger than before. Okay, then I will use the same palm to defeat you. Meng Shi's eyes lit up as if he had seen his prey. He flipped his palm, and thick yuan energy appeared. It was like a wave of water, soft and yin, and hit Zichen's punch. Boom! A dull explosion sounded. Brother Meng Shi's face turned pale. He was once again forced back 5 steps. His face was full of shock. Temph Zichen snorted. He didn't wait for the various voices to sound and attacked again. It was still a tyrannical punch, but this time, its power was stronger than before. Good, good, good. Let's see who is stronger. Meng Shi laughed. His battle intent rose. He no longer underestimated his opponent. His energy surged and he struck again. This time, the sound of a surging river could be heard from his palm. It was no longer a simple energy, but a sharp attack. Ah, Brother Meng Shi is finally using his full strength. Kill Brother Toad. Yes, let Brother Toad drown with the Jade Wave palm. The other young men were very excited. They all jumped up, looking forward to this battle. Boom. This time, an even more muffled explosion sounded out. The entire sky shook and the rumbling sound spread throughout the entire floating mist sect. Swoosh. 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 Light flashed under Meng Shi's feet. This time, he was forced back more than 10 steps. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were shining brightly. Good, good, good. Brother Toad, I admit that I underestimated you again. Next, I'll still use the Jade Wave palm, but its power is something even I cannot imagine. You have to be careful. Meng Shi's expression became very serious. This time, he treated Zichen as an enemy. It was no longer a simple battle like before. Everyone around held their breath. To be able to make Brother Meng Shi treat him like this, it was obvious that Brother Toad's battle strength was terrifying. One had to know that Brother Toad was only in the early stage of the Zephyr realm. Chapter 412. News of such a fierce battle had already spread throughout the floating mist sect. Many strong cultivators appeared on the mountain peak, on the roof, and in the corridor. When they saw the two people fighting, their expressions changed slightly. It's Meng Shi fighting with an outsider. Everyone was stunned. Meng Shi's strength was enough to be called strong in the floating mist sect. He was known as the strongest in the middle stage of the Zephyr realm. But looking at the current situation, he was fighting a youth in the early stage of the Zephyr realm to a draw. Junior Brother Li, who is that kid? He's actually on par with Senior Brother Meng Shi. A senior brother asked. Senior brother, he's Meng Yaro's sweetheart. He's here to find Meng Yaro. Senior Brother Li, who had stopped the others before, said. Oh, he's the Toad. Didn't he say he's from a barbarian land? What? Since when did the barbarians become so strong? The barbarian land is lacking in resources. How could there be such a powerful existence like the Toad? Everyone was shocked. They looked at the battlefield in shock, waiting for the end of the battle. On the mountain peak. Junior brother, what do you think of this battle? The old Taoist asked Floating Mist. Floating Mist smiled and said, I'm afraid Meng Shi will be at a disadvantage. Oh, junior brother, you have so much confidence in him. The old Taoist almost said the wrong thing. He's very strong. Although he's from a barbarian land, his growth history is unmatched by anyone. He's been hunted by Zephyr realm cultivators ever since he was in the true Qi realm. He's destined to be extraordinary. What? The old Taoist's expression changed. Zichen and Meng Shi were testing each other before. After all, it was just a spar. There was no need for them to use their strongest attacks. But Meng Shi's strength still surprised Zichen. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen's aura became violent. A boundless golden light rushed out from his body, dazzling and dazzling. It was like a golden sun, blooming with boundless light. People couldn't help but close their eyes, unable to look directly at him. Whoa, Brother Toad has completely erupted. All the youths cried out as they retreated. Zichen's aura made them feel stifled. Within Zichen's body, his qi and blood were boiling. It was as if a great dragon had awoken, providing him with endless energy. This was the complete display of his perfect body. Zichen was about to unleash a peak attack. Looking at the opposite side, Mengshi was neither sad nor happy. Overflowing elemental energy surged around his body, as if he had transformed into a boundless ocean, rolling up surging elemental energy like raging waves. He struck out with a palm. Immediately, it was as if he was releasing a surging aura that engulfed everything. In his hands, a battle technique that was supposed to be as soft as silk was unleashed with a monstrous amount of energy. It was as if millions of waves were crashing towards Zichen. Tyrannical fist. Zichen roared. Golden light flashed around his body. He was like a god of war as he punched out. His aura was changing, rising steadily. He transformed from a god of war into a god of war who reigned supreme. His essence, energy, and spirit instantly surged to the peak and transformed into a punch. Tyrannical fist. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, the scene no longer existed. There was only this tyrannical punch and that reigning supreme figure. With such a powerful punch, before the collision, the outcome was already predicted by many. Boom. The fist collided with the palm, causing a loud explosion. The entire floating mist sect trembled as if the sky was falling. A wave of energy ripples spread out in all directions, destroying everything. On the mountain gate and under the ground, rays of light rippled, continuously dispelling the energy. Peng! Mengshi was sent flying. His face was pale, and with a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. With such a strong impact, he was still defeated. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. How is this possible? Mengshi was defeated. Am I seeing things? This is too scary. Even Mengshi, who was invincible in the middle stage of the Zephyr realm, was defeated. And he was defeated by a barbarian toad. What's even stranger is that the opponent is in the early stage of the Zephyr realm. Have I seen a ghost? When did such a strong existence appear in the barbarians? Everyone was shocked and felt incredulous. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Looking at Zichen again, he was standing in the air, his body was shining with golden light, like a god of war. Everyone was speechless. This brother toad was so strong. Junior brother, you're exaggerating. This Zichen is indeed not ordinary. I didn't expect that there would be times when this old Taoist didn't notice that Zichen was a sky martial artist. The old Taoist's eyes became extremely shocked. The drifting mist cultivator really didn't want to hurt his senior brother, so he just smiled and didn't continue to speak. In fact, he wanted to say that Zichen was not an ordinary sky martial artist. Zichen's combat strength was recognized by everyone. Defeating Mengshi, who was in the middle stage of the Zephyr realm, was admirable. As for his character, no one dared to compliment him. As expected of a barbarian, his character was really bad. Because in the next moment, Zichen rushed to the other outstanding young men. I said that I would beat you into a pig's head. Zichen said. Showing his extreme speed, his figure flashed and sent a young man flying. Brother Toad, you. The other party was startled, not understanding why Zichen still attacked them after defeating senior brother Mengshi. Bang! Zichen's face darkened as he kicked a second person. Boom! Then, he hit a third person on the head. Brother Toad, what do you mean? We already admit that you're very strong. Why do you still attack us? The young men were puzzled. Because I don't like you. Zichen's face darkened even more, and he attacked again. Bang! 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 Under their shocked expressions, Zichen really fulfilled his promise. Seeing that they didn't like him, he really went forward to teach them a lesson. In an instant, 3 people became bruised. Ah, Toad, you're going too far. You even attacked us after winning. Aren't you going too far? The ones who are going too far are you. There was another loud bang. Okay. Aren't you strong? Then the 8 of us will join forces and subdue this Toad who doesn't abide by the rules. At this moment, many young men shouted and released a fierce aura, wanting to join forces to deal with Zichen. Zi Chen was about to cry. Who's the one who's going too far? Hence, he gritted his teeth again and rushed towards them with a dark face. This time, the 8 of them joined forces and attacked. As expected, the attack was terrifying. Monstrous dharmic powers surged like evil dragons that devoured everything. The entire void was trembling, and a terrifying aura circulated. Zi Chen snorted coldly. His body flickered with golden light, and his qi and blood soared into the sky, dyeing the entire world golden. Then, a golden fist light soared into the sky. Bang! Bang! Amidst the loud explosions, the evil dragons were dispersed by Zi Chen. Immediately after, Zi Chen displayed his extreme speed and rushed towards the group. In front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes, Zi Chen completely destroyed them. Bang! With a punch, another person was hit with a black eye and flew out. Toad, you're going too far. As the sound of punches continued, the 8 young geniuses were all beaten up by Zi Chen in the blink of an eye. They were furious and refused to accept it. "Mph, you're the ones who are going too far. I said I'll beat you until you're swollen," Zi Chen snorted and rushed forward again. Then, there was another round of beating. In the distance, the group of ethereal sect cultivators were speechless. This barbarian was too strong. 1 against 8, and he still won. And he beat them until they were swollen. "Toad, you!" The 8 of them kept shouting and were very angry. "What did you call me? Say it again." Zi Chen said coldly and punched at the same time. "Toad, oh no, brother Toad." Peng. After another punch, Zi Chen shouted, "Stop spouting nonsense. Let's talk later. Brother Toad." The young man's face was already swollen like a pig's head. He felt very wronged because he didn't think he was wrong. Bang! Zi Chen sent the young man flying with a punch and turned to the next one. He shouted, "Say it, what did you call me?" The previous young man said 3 names wrong, so he didn't speak immediately. He hesitated and said, "Let me think." Bang! Zi Chen sent him flying again and changed to the next one. "Zi Chen, brother Toad, your name is Zi Chen, right?" When the 5th one was sent flying, a young man finally remembered and suddenly realized. Bang! Zi Chen sent him flying again, but he glanced at Meng Shi coldly. "Say it, what's my name?" Zi Chen asked coldly. "Zi Chen, brother Zi Chen." Meng Shi laughed dryly. Obviously, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. The others were relieved. So this was the problem. Brother Toad didn't like people calling him Toad. Bang! Zi Chen punched again and said with satisfaction, "That's more like it." Everyone was dumbfounded. He was right, but he still wanted to beat him. "Brother Zi Chen, can we end this?" Meng Shi asked awkwardly. "End?" Zi Chen was stunned. He rolled his eyes and said, "What's Meng Yaro's seniority here?" "She's our senior sister." The 2 young men who didn't get beaten jumped up and looked at Zi Chen with admiration. "She's our junior sister." The young man with a pig's face said, "Nonsense, you're so weak. How can you be senior brothers? Change. From now on, call her senior sister." Zi Chen was furious. Naturally, they didn't want to, so they beat him up again. Okay, we'll change. We'll call you senior sister." Everyone was helpless. How could they change seniority? But looking at the current situation, if they didn't agree, they would still be beaten. And so far, no one in the sect stopped them. Obviously, they were all watching the show. They didn't want to be beaten, so they could only agree. Then, "Do you know what to call me from now on?" Zi Chen glanced at them with pride. "Brother Zi Chen." Everyone was stunned. Didn't he say it before? "No, we'll talk about it later." Zi Chen punched 8 times in a row. The few people felt wronged and didn't know what to say. They were all stunned. I know. Suddenly, a young man jumped up and looked at Zi Chen with admiration. "Then tell me." Zi Chen smiled. "Brother Toad Zi Chen." Zi Chen's smile froze on his face. And in the distance, there were also chuckles. "Whose little brat is this? Go play." Zi Chen swept his sleeve and sent the other party flying. Then, ignoring the little guy's complaints, he shouted at them, "From now on, You have to call me senior sister. Chapter 413. This farce finally ended with the appearance of the vagabond mist. The few talented and incomparably arrogant youths were all taught a lesson by Zi Chen and became docile and obedient. Shout in unison, said Zi Chen. Senior brother-in-law. The 8 heavenly geniuses all shouted at the same time. Each of them had an unwilling expression. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of strange name was that? Senior brother-in-law? All right, Zi Chen, don't make things difficult for them. The vagabond mist appeared with a smile on his face. Greetings, senior. Zi Chen swept away his previous arrogance and respectfully bowed to the vagabond mist. Whether it was his life-saving grace in the ruins or his teaching of Su Mengyaro, both were enough to accept Zi Chen's salute. All right. You single-handedly suppressed all the major powers of the barbarian land. Your fame is illustrious. I wouldn't dare ask you to be so courteous, said the vagabond mist jokingly. An old daoist appeared with the vagabond mist. Master. Many of the youths' eyes lit up when they saw the old daoist. They turned around and ran toward him. Master, they pointed at Zi Chen, wanting to complain, but they found that they didn't know what to say. Could they say that Zi Chen was bullying them? 1 against 8. Enough. Haven't you lost enough face? The old daoist's face darkened. Zi Chen greets senior. I hope senior can forgive me for disturbing you, said Zi Chen. Not bad. I've always heard junior apprentice brother mention you, saying that you're a dragon amongst men. I didn't expect to see you in person today. The old daoist gave a rare smile. The farce finally ended with the appearance of the 2 seniors. Everyone left, but Zi Chen's power today was deeply engraved in their minds. 1 against 8 and a complete victory. No one dared to underestimate Zi Chen again. Zi Chen left with the vagabond mist. Zi Chen let out a strange cry from inside the room. What? Meng Yarrow isn't here? Zi Chen looked at drifting mist in disbelief. That's right. She left 2 years ago, Vagrant Mist said. Did she leave alone, or was she followed by a senior from her sect? Alone. Why? She's just a weak woman. Why do you want her to leave? Zi Chen's eyes widened. He was clearly anxious. Wanderer Misty took a sip of tea and said, 2 years ago, the news of your death came. Meng Yarrow was heartbroken. Later, she ignored our advice and insisted on leaving. But you can persuade her. This is obviously a rumor. In the past few years, they have been spreading rumors. Zi Chen was still dissatisfied. Wandering Mist was speechless. When others spread the news of their death, it was obviously true. But Zi Chen was like a cockroach, letting others spread the news of your death so confidently. After disappearing for a few years, you reappeared. It should be known that at that time, several influential late-stage Zephyr realm cultivators had said it, and each of them used their lives to guarantee the accuracy of the news. Then what was her realm when she left? Zi Chen asked, unwilling to accept it. Early-stage Zephyr realm. There were few opponents in the same realm. Just like Meng Shi? Zi Chen sneered. Wandering Mist shook his head and laughed. Zi Chen, don't always use yourself to measure others. Meng Shi's combat strength is enough to be proud of among his peers. But the outside world is full of dangers. If you let Meng Yarrow go out alone, won't you be harming her? Zi Chen was dissatisfied. People always have to grow and experience all kinds of tempering. But she's just a girl. Zi Chen agreed with this sentence because this was how he had been all along. But he didn't agree with this sentence on Su Mengyaro, because in Zi Chen's heart, Su Mengyaro needed his protection. He worked hard to become stronger. In addition to staying alive, he also needed to protect his friends and family. Zhong Haotian, LV Peng, and the others were the former, Su Mengyaro, Lin Shui, and Wang Xian'er were the latter. Zi Chen didn't want them to be hurt in any way. Along the way, Zi Chen, the string in your heart is too tight. Don't always use your high standards to measure others. The outside world is dangerous, but there is a limit. And not everyone will die when they go out. Wandering Mist said, during this period of time, you'd better stay here and calm your heart. No, I have to go find them. Chen flatly refused. Things break when they reach an extreme. Their life and death are more important. It's already been 2 years, and I don't care about these days. The southern region is vast and boundless. If you want to find someone, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Whether you can meet again depends on whether you're fated or not. Wandering Mist smiled mysteriously and said, Meng Yaro also knows that you're not dead, so before she left, she told me that if you come back one day, she'll be very happy. It means that you haven't forgotten her. If you're fated, you'll meet again one day. If we're fated, we'll meet again one day. Chen sat there and didn't say a word. In a trance, he saw Su Mengyaro turn and leave with tears of joy on her face. Chen stayed in the floating mist sect. Just as Wandering Mist said, his string in his heart was too tight. Along the way, under the threat of death, Chen had to make breakthroughs again and again to protect himself. Even in the 2 years in the Saint Burial Ground, he didn't waste a single second. Now that he'd become Zephyr and had the ability to protect himself, he could completely rest. Therefore, during this period of time, Chen gave up on cultivating. He no longer used any cultivation techniques or tried to figure out battle techniques. He spent his days touring the mountains and rivers, allowing the vast and boundless space to cleanse his soul. After calming down and carefully observing, Chen discovered that the world was actually so beautiful. Before, if he saw a flower, he would first check if it was a spirit flower and if it was beneficial for cultivation. If it wasn't, he would turn and leave. Now that he carefully observed, Chen discovered that mortal flowers were more beautiful than spirit flowers and had a natural fragrance. As time passed, Chen's heart slowly calmed down. He also slowly let go of his previous stubbornness. Everyone had their own path. Su Mengyaro had hers, Lin Shui had hers, and so did he. He couldn't forcefully interfere with other people's paths just because he wanted to. So he let go. Senior brother-in-law, Senior brother Meng, she is looking for you. Little Tiger ran into Chen's room with a smile. Oh, he's here to drink with me. Chen also had a smile on his face. This period of cultivation was very useful. Chen's smile was like a spring breeze. It was very sincere and brought a sense of kindness. No, he's here to fight with you. Little Tiger said. Okay, let's fight and drink. Therefore, the two of them engaged in another battle on another battlefield. In the end, Chen was defeated. Ha, Chen, I finally won. Meng Shi laughed and staggered out of Chen's room, only to fall on his face. During this period of time, Chen was either traveling or drinking with Meng Shi and the others. As his soul was cleansed, he also developed a good tolerance for alcohol. Chen, you haven't cultivated for a while, so your realm should have stagnated. Why do I feel that you've become stronger now? Senior brother Li asked. He was an existence who was invincible in the late stage of the imperial realm. He was the proud disciple of the drifting mist cultivator and had a chance to step into the Grandmaster realm. As the eldest senior brother, he doted on Su Mengyaro very much and advised Meng Shi and the others to be careful when fighting. Chen smiled and said, I used to be in a hurry. Everything was like looking at flowers on horseback. Now that I've stopped, I can feel the beauty of the world. Chen didn't answer the question. Senior brother Li was very confused, but he didn't ask more. The two of them didn't walk the same path. Chen had always been decisive in killing, but the disciples of the floating mist sect were all pure and innocent. They all had the heart of a child. Chen stopped cultivating now and began to calm his mind. He found that the things he couldn't understand before were suddenly enlightened one day. Although he hadn't cultivated, the realm of his soul was increasing. His comprehension of battle skills had deepened. In the past, Chen rarely drank and rarely got drunk. But now, he drank almost every day. He slept until he woke up naturally. It was very comfortable. During this time, Chen met the drifting mist cultivator twice and asked him about his pure and innocent heart. If they were so pure and innocent, they would naturally suffer greatly once they went out. They won't. Our drifting mist sect has a trial ground. Before they go out, they'll go in and train. The drifting mist cultivator smiled, but his smile was somewhat meaningful. Of course, if you want, you can go in and try. But with your current realm of soul, the trial ground won't be of much help to you. Then forget it. Zichen walked the path of killing and had nothing to do with pure and innocent heart. He didn't have any interest in the drifting mist sect's trial ground. A month later, Zichen decided to leave. The drifting mist cultivator looked at Zichen and nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he said, "Take care." Hearing that Zichen was leaving, many drifting mist sect disciples heard the news and came to send Zichen off. "Senior brother-in-law, this is the wild ginseng I secretly dug up in the back mountain. I couldn't bear to eat it, so I'll give it to you now. Senior brother-in-law, I have wine that the elder secretly gave me. I'll give it to you." The disciples who heard the news brought all kinds of things for Zichen. While Zichen was shocked, he was also deeply moved. To them, it was as if Zichen was going on a long journey. However, only Zichen himself knew that once he stepped out of this door, he would face endless slaughter, accompanied by blood. Meng Shi, senior brother Li, and the others all came to send Zichen off and gave him all kinds of gifts. Accept it. It's their kind intentions. In just a month, so many people came to send you off. Your character is not bad. The drifting mist cultivator smiled. Of course, compared to Meng Yarrow, you pale in comparison. The things she received were almost enough to form a small mountain. Zichen smiled, his eyes filled with happiness and gratitude. "Senior brother-in-law, before you leave, do you have any words for us?" Several junior brothers looked at Zichen. The corner of Zichen's mouth twitched. Why did these words sound so awkward? They weren't his last words. Live. Filled with happiness and gratitude, Zichen only said these two words. Many people were at a loss. They didn't understand why their senior brother-in-law only said these two words. Live. Weren't they all alive? Only the drifting mist cultivator nodded, his eyes filled with emotion. These two words seemed simple, but they were proof of Zichen's killing. They didn't understand now, but once they stepped out of here, they would know the true meaning of these two words. In the end, Zichen left. He was kicked out by the drifting mist cultivator. And within the sect, Zichen's words still echoed. "Senior, don't be stingy. Isn't it just a pill weapon?" Chapter 4:14. Zichen's request for a pill weapon was fruitless, and he was sent flying with a kick. "Both of you are asking for a pill weapon from me. Do you think I'm rich?" Misty scolded them. "Master, why didn't you let Zichen leave through our teleportation formation?" asked senior apprentice brother Li after everyone had left. Stroking his beard, Wanderer Misty smiled and said, "The teleportation formation here isn't suitable for him. He's from the barbarian land, so he naturally has to leave through the barbarian land. The chaotic lands are more suitable for him." Senior apprentice brother Li seemed to understand, but nodded. Misty's gaze became incomparably deep, and there was an inexplicable smile in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "With this unconventional barbarian joining us, I think the Bedlam land will become even more interesting." After a month of silence, Zichen's exposed sharpness was completely restrained. He seemed very ordinary. He left the Misty sect and headed for the true southern region. He had already gained some understanding of the southern region from the Misty sect. That was chaos. The southern region was very chaotic. And this situation had persisted for tens of thousands of years. There was no other reason. Tens of thousands of years ago, the supreme overlord of the southern region, the everlasting sect, had suddenly been destroyed, completely disrupting the structure of the southern region. For more resources, one battle after another broke out. And as the everlasting sect's main base, which was now the Savage Land, it was the source of the chaos. Practically all the factions fought their way here, wanting to get a share of the everlasting sect's old site. As a result, after one battle after another, the resources here were practically all snatched away, and it became a land lacking in resources. There were very few battle skill inheritances, and the experts that came out were even weaker. It was like an uncivilized barbarian. Over time, the Savage Land was called the Savage Land by the outside world, and the people here were called barbarians, meaning that they were weak and weak. Back when Zichen was chatting with Misty, They had once again talked about the large factions in the Savage Land and how they compared to the outside world. At that time, Misty had laughed and shook his head. A large faction in the outside world can destroy all the factions in the Savage Land. At that time, Zichen was stunned. At the same time, Drifting Mist warned Zichen that after leaving this place, he had to keep a low profile and never let anyone know his bottom line. He had to use 70% of his strength and save 30% of his strength to protect himself. At the border between Danyang City and Latien City, there was an ancient teleportation array. So far, this was the only teleportation array that led to the outside world. As long as one had enough Primeval stones, all cultivators could leave as they wished. No one would stop them, and no one would guard this place. When Zichen arrived, he saw that there were many slots beside the teleportation formation, all of which were slots for primal stones. With a quick glance, he estimated that the number of primal stones required was close to 1,000. Although he didn't care about these primordial stones, Zichen still clicked his tongue. With such a huge amount of primordial stones, other than the major forces or those who were flying in the sky, the average rogue cultivator would not be able to take out such a huge amount of primordial stones. Therefore, even if they knew that there was a teleportation array that led to the outside world, they might not be able to take out the primordial stones to leave. With a flash of light and the insertion of 1,000 primordial stones, ripples appeared on the teleportation formation. It was finally activated. Zichen was delighted and was about to leave. Boom! Suddenly, something strange happened. A loud explosion resounded through the sky. The void instantly shattered, and a sky-covering palm print descended from the sky, emitting a terrifying aura, and slammed towards Zichen. Rumbling sounds were constantly heard, as if thousands of thunderbolts were exploding. It was deafening. Buzz. At the same time, there were the trembling sounds of alchemy weapons. There were several weapons that pierced through the sky, flashing with dazzling light and carrying the power to destroy the world. They appeared from all directions and slashed towards Zichen. In the blink of an eye, Zichen was surrounded by energy, and there was no way to dodge or escape. There was also a powerful pressure that locked onto him, making him feel as if he had fallen into a quagmire and swamp, and his movements were slowed. This was an intricately designed shawkill situation. The ones in the dark were all sect masters, and there were quite a number of them. All the attacks fell, dazzling and emitting endless destructive aura, instantly drowning Zichen. Bang! All the energy drowned Zichen, and the latter had no time to react at all. His body exploded and turned into nothingness. And in the teleportation array, there were ripples that dissipated the destructive power. The teleportation array was very special. There was an inexplicable energy in it that even ancestral masters couldn't destroy. Zichen's body exploded and turned into nothingness. Many figures appeared from the darkness. They were all extremely old and emitted powerful auras. Each one of them was at the ancestor level, and they were all famous existences. What a cunning kid. He's so cautious. Could it be that he already knew that we would be here? We missed our only chance to kill him just like that. It'll be impossible to kill him in the future. This was a well-designed trap. The purpose was to kill Zichen here. With so many experts, it was enough to kill him in one blow. They waited for more than a month. If it were an ordinary person, they would have given up long ago. But the ancestral masters were very patient. Finally, Zichen appeared, but they didn't expect that it would be a clone. Sigh, since the first attack failed, we'll stick to the original plan. Damn it, we were forced to this point by a little guy. They were very unwilling, but this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it, they wouldn't have another chance. So, they could only leave. At the same time, the same message was spread among all the major forces. For a year, all disciples and clansmen were not allowed to go out. If they disobeyed and went out without permission, they would be considered to have been kicked out of the clan. Their life and death would be up to fate. This was an internal message that was only limited to the major forces, but it was still found out by some people. When the news spread, it caused an uproar. As the person involved in all this, Zichen didn't go to stop the experts of the other forces just because his clone was destroyed. For hours after his clone was destroyed, His real body appeared beside the teleportation array. He put in the primeval stones again. When the teleportation array flashed, he stepped in and left the barbarian land. "Hey, barbarian." As soon as Zi-Chen appeared in the teleportation array, he heard a surprised voice. Zi-Chen walked out of the teleportation array and turned his head. He saw a middle-aged man not far away looking at him curiously. Zi-Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. As expected, he was labeled as an uncivilized barbarian the moment he appeared. It was a man in green, about 40 years old. He only glanced at Zi-Chen for a moment before retracting his gaze and saying indifferently, "Follow me." After he finished speaking, he turned around, leaving Zi-Chen with the back of his head. "This is too unwelcome." Zi-Chen was taken aback. He now had a deeper understanding of the situation in the barbarian land. According to Wanderer Misty, after arriving here, someone should at least give you an introduction to this place and the environment. But now, the other party didn't say a word. It was obvious that he couldn't be bothered with him. The other party didn't speak and directly walked forward. Zi-Chen could only follow. The two didn't speak and the atmosphere was a little heavy. "Can I ask where this place is?" Zi-Chen asked. Now that he was in a foreign place, he had to figure out where he was. As expected of a barbarian. "You don't even know where this place is." It seems the barbarian land is not only lacking in resources, but also in information. The middle-aged man shook his head, his eyes full of disdain. But he still said, "This is the Bedlam land." The Bedlam land, what a strange name. "Isn't this the southern region?" Zi-Chen asked doubtfully. The middle-aged man's expression instantly turned ugly. "The southern region's Bedlam land. Then where are you taking me?" Zi-Chen's idiotic questions made the middle-aged man impatient. "In the end," he said, "this is the Bedlam land. There are no rules here. Everything is based on plundering resources. This teleportation array is currently under the management of the Wild Wolf Stronghold, so you are a member of the Wild Wolf Stronghold. From now on, you will serve the Wild Wolf Stronghold." "Why should I serve the Wild Wolf Stronghold?" Zi-Chen didn't understand. "Because this is the Wild Wolf Stronghold's territory, because you are a barbarian, and because these are the rules of the Bedlam land," the middle-aged man coldly said. This was a Zephyr Realm expert. His strength was similar to Zi-Chen's, both at the early Zephyr Realm. But he was even more arrogant than the average late Zephyr Realm expert. Zi-Chen asked a few questions, and the middle-aged man only answered one when he became impatient. In the end, when he got tired of asking, the middle-aged man directly said, "Enough. You barbarians are weak and will die quickly. You are just cannon fodder. The less you know, the better." For the rest of the journey, the middle-aged man really didn't say a word. Zi-Chen also didn't ask any more questions. But in his heart, he had a deeper understanding of the situation in this barbarian land. A barbarian has come. Find Lord Lu to make arrangements. Half an hour later, Zi-Chen saw a few buildings. A figure appeared from within. At this time, the middle-aged man spoke. A figure walked out from one of the buildings and nodded to the middle-aged man, saying, "Lord Lu is not here. Leave it to me." The middle-aged man also nodded and then turned to leave. During this time, he didn't look at Zi-Chen at all, as if he was invisible. "Hey, barbarian, come down." It was a man in a black robe. He waved at Zi-Chen with a smile on his face. Just when Zi-Chen thought that the man was easy to talk to, he heard the man in the black robe say, "Hey, everyone, come and see. A barbarian has come." As the man's voice fell, several figures appeared from the other buildings. Among them, there were men and women. They all stared at Zi-Chen as if they were looking at a monster. "How lucky we are to see a barbarian here." Everyone looked at Zi-Chen with a surprised expression. "He looks like a human. Soft skin and tender flesh, but I don't know how long he can live. I guess he can live for more than 10 days. I guess he can live until the first battle after we leave." The few of them talked about Zi-Chen's life and death unscrupulously in front of him. In addition to curiosity, there was also disdain in their eyes. Zi-Chen frowned. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Even if he used 70% of his strength, he could still beat these people up. Oh, he actually dares to frown. This barbarian has a temper. Just like the rumors say, barbarians are not strong, but they have a bad temper. Kid, how dare you frown? Are you not convinced? Do you want us to spar? The few of them looked very unfriendly. Squeak, squeak. At this moment, the little fellow was woken up by the noise and crawled out of Zichen's arms. It was very dissatisfied and looked around with its black eyes, trying to find the source of the noise. Next to it, the eyes of a female cultivator instantly lit up when she saw the little fellow. The others also looked curious. Hey, barbarian, how much is your monkey? Chapter 4:15. There were more than a dozen people around, all of them flying in the air. Apart from a few who were watching coldly, the rest seemed to be a small team. The team was led by a young man and woman. The man was very handsome, and the woman was also quite beautiful. She had seductive eyes, a willowy waist, and a full butt. At this moment, the appearance of the little guy attracted everyone's attention. Its small eyes rolled around, looking for the source of the voice. Its dissatisfied expression looked very cute. The eyes of the beautiful female cultivator were already shining. When the young man saw this, he directly asked Zichen how much he wanted to sell it. I'm not selling. Zichen flatly refused. He was very decisive. He already disliked these people. If it weren't for the fact that he was unfamiliar with this place, he would have already taught them a lesson. The young man didn't seem to care. With a faint smile, he said, "It's just a monkey. As long as you name the price, you will naturally be satisfied." The demonic ape was like a monkey, but it was more like an ape. At this moment, when it heard the young man's words, it was even more dissatisfied. It bared its teeth at the other party. If Zichen hadn't told it to keep a low profile, it would have already attacked. What a cute monkey. It even knows how to play tricks. Cousin, I must get this monkey. The female cultivator's eyes lit up. She took the demonic ape's anger as a joke. Moreover, it kept talking about a monkey, but the demonic ape didn't look like a monkey. I said, I'm not selling. Zichen emphasized again. Barbarian, you have to think carefully. We will give you a huge amount of wealth that you will never be able to obtain in your lifetime. The female cultivator's eyes lit up with a smile. Sorry, I don't need wealth. You. The female cultivator's expression changed instantly. You barbarian, you don't know how to appreciate favors. Kid, do you know who we are? How dare you make our young lady angry? Quickly hand over the stupid monkey and apologize. A cultivator next to her said. Squeak, squeak. The little guy was even more dissatisfied. If Zichen hadn't held its little head, it would have jumped out and attacked. It actually has intelligence. The young man's eyes flashed with a strange light. At the same time, a light circulated in his hand, and a small bag appeared. As the bag was opened, a dazzling light instantly appeared. Zichen's expression changed. They were small stones of various colors and were very beautiful. Even though they were very far away, one could still feel the extremely dense origin power undulations within them. High-grade primordial stones. Oh my god, it's actually high-grade primordial stones. There are at least 50 in this bag. How generous. A series of exclamations rang out, and the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard all around. Primeval stones were divided into 3 grades, high, medium, and low. It was said that there was also the highest grade. Among the 3 grades of primeval stones, high grade was the highest, medium grade was second, and low grade was the lowest. As for broken primeval stones, they couldn't even be ranked. In every place, low-grade primordial stones were in circulation. As for mid-grade and high-grade primordial stones, they were extremely rare. In terms of conversion, 1 mid-grade primordial stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade primordial stones, but 100 low-grade primordial stones could not be exchanged for 1 mid-grade primordial stones. Their prices were mostly around 130 to 150. As for high-grade primordial stones, they were generally not traded. Only the truly powerful forces could possess them. Here are 50 high-grade primordial stones. The young man laughed, revealing an arrogant look. Oh my god, So many high-grade primordial stones to buy a stupid monkey. This barbarian really made a profit. Of course. 50 high-grade primordial stones, if exchanged for medium-grade primordial stones, would be worth at least a few thousand. It's enough for him to cultivate for a long time. This barbarian not only made a profit, but also made a huge profit. Everyone looked at Zi Chen enviously. When a cultivator broke through to the Zephyr realm, using low-grade primordial stones to cultivate would be very slow. Only by using the purer medium-grade primordial stones could one speed up the breakthrough. Hearing the discussions around, Zi Chen already knew the value of these primordial stones, but he still shook his head. Not trading. Oh my God, is this kid crazy? Such a high price, and he still doesn't want to trade. Humph, it's not that he doesn't want to trade, but he wants to earn more. This barbarian looks honest, but I didn't expect him to be so greedy and cunning. In their opinion, using dozens of high-grade primordial stones to buy a stupid monkey was enough to be called rich and overbearing. Zi Chen should be grateful to them. But the devil ape was obviously not a stupid monkey. Let alone 50 high-grade primordial stones, even if there were 50 supreme-grade primordial stones, Zi Chen would still be unmoved. The value of the devil ape could not be measured by primordial stones. What, you think it's not enough? Do you know where this is? This is a chaotic place with no rules. You're just a barbarian, and you dare to ask for so much. Be careful, you won't live long. Just as the young man frowned, someone next to him said coldly with obvious threat. Don't you understand human language? I said I'm not trading, I'm not selling. Zi Chen's voice was indifferent. He turned and walked to the side, ignoring the few people. Brat, what did you say? Do you dare to say it again? A strong murderous intent rushed towards Zi Chen. It was obvious that he was also a decisive person. Many people next to him were watching coldly, with faint smiles on their faces, as if they were watching a show. The black-robed man from before was also standing at the side with his arms crossed, his face full of mockery. He was happy to watch the show. Don't you understand human language? My patience is limited. You'd better not provoke me. Zi Chen glanced at him coldly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The cultivator's face changed. His murderous intent rushed towards Lin Fan, but at this moment, Lin Fan's gaze made his heart tremble with fear. You're courting death. Although his heart was trembling, he still mustered the courage to speak. Many people around were surprised that the barbarian dared to speak like this. Was he strong or stupid? Of course, more people believed the latter. There were no strong barbarians. Since you don't want to sell, then forget it. The young man smiled and stopped the barbarian. There were very few rules in the Bedlam lands, but unfortunately, there was a rule that forbade fighting. But cousin, The seductive woman acted coquettishly, her body almost sticking to the barbarian's body. This was only a small interlude. As expected, the barbarian didn't make things difficult for Zi Chen. Instead, he walked into a building. During this time, the dissatisfied voice of the seductive woman could be heard. The devil ape stuck out its tongue and gestured, causing Zi Chen to chuckle. Soon, a group of people appeared again, their faces full of smiles. They seemed to have forgotten their previous unhappiness. Occasionally, they would glance at Zi Chen, a cold light flashing in their eyes. Barbarian, you've provoked a powerful enemy. This is the Bedlam lands, there are no rules. If you hand over the monkey and apologize, we can let it go. They have extraordinary statuses and powerful strength. It's not worth it to lose your life for a monkey. That's right. Quickly hand over the monkey and apologize. Perhaps they will let you go and not make things difficult for you. After that, one kind-hearted cultivator after another came, earnestly persuading Zi Chen. Zi Chen only smiled and didn't respond. Obviously, Zi Chen's popularity was good. Even the black-robed man from before was considerate of Zi Chen. Barbarian, no one will touch you now. But once you leave this place and enter the wild wolf stronghold, your life and death will depend on you. In the Bedlam lands, there is only chaos. There are no rules. If you know what's good for you, you'd better hand over the monkey and avoid disaster. Thank you for the reminder. Zi Chen nodded and smiled. Hearing the barbarian's words, Chen had some ideas in his mind. He naturally coveted that bag of yuan stones. Chen had been thinking about how to obtain it. Now, after hearing the black-robed man's words, he finally had a solution. In the next 2 days, Chen learned more about the Bedlam lands. According to the black-robed man, no one had made a move here. Everyone was protected, but it was limited to flying. During this time, Chen saw 3 true energy boundary cultivators killed with a single slap. They didn't come from the Bedlam lands, but they were obviously extraordinary since they could gather enough yuan stones for teleportation. Yet, they were killed with a single slap. During this time, no one came out to blame or pity him. Everyone looked at him coldly. The group from before would occasionally come to provoke him. Chen chose to remain silent for the time being. Humph, you'd better enjoy the remaining time in your life. Everyone, including Chen, was waiting. They were waiting to settle their grudges after they left. During this half a month, more outsiders arrived. There were more than 20 true energy boundary cultivators and several true energy boundary cultivators. The crowd was divided into 3 groups. The true energy boundary group hid in a corner and didn't even dare to make a sound. They were afraid of being killed with a single slap. In the black-robed man's words, this kind of trash was only used to guard the mine. They didn't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder on the battlefield. As for the other 2 groups, they were Chen and another group. As a barbarian, Chen was isolated. The other 20 true energy boundary cultivators formed a larger group. Don't worry, young Master Hai. When we leave here, we will make him kneel in front of you and apologize. This barbarian is simply courting death by offending young Master Hai. Even if he takes the initiative to hand over that stupid monkey now, it's too late. When the group of people gathered together, the common topic was how to deal with Chen after they left without any scruples. But here, due to the rules of the Bedlam lands, no one dared to touch Chen. Chen chose to remain silent. "Oh, Lord Lu is back," the black-robed man exclaimed. At this moment, a figure flew over from the horizon. It was a late true energy boundary cultivator. He flew over from the horizon, his aura surging without restraint. "Lord Lu." Everyone stood up and respectfully greeted Lord Lu. "Not bad, there are more than 20 of you. This is..." Lord Lu looked around and was very satisfied. Finally, his gaze stopped on Chen. He was slightly startled. "This is a barbarian." The black-robed man didn't say much. "Yes." Lord Lu nodded expressionlessly. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lord Lu was a little unhappy. He said indifferently, "Someone will come to take you away later. Now, all of you better behave." Everyone nodded in agreement. They didn't dare to offend Lord Lu. Even the young men and women from before were much more well-behaved. After that, Lord Lu left, and the black-robed man told him a secret. 2 years ago, Lord Lu was beaten up by 2 barbarians in the early stage of the flight realm. He has always been very unhappy with the barbarians. What? Barbarians are actually so strong? Many people were surprised. Those 2 were special. One of them was very strong, and the other one actually knew how to use formations. Lord Lu was at a disadvantage at that time. The black-robed man lowered his voice and whispered, "Fortunately, that guy was in the true energy boundary. If he was in the true energy boundary, Lord Lu would have killed him with one slap." Not long after, 2 more figures appeared in the sky. One of them was shining with golden light. When everyone saw it clearly, they were all stunned. It was a bald monk. Chapter 416. 2 figures appeared from the horizon. They were very fast. In just a few breaths, they arrived and descended from the sky. When everyone saw one of them clearly, they couldn't help but be stunned. One of them was a bald monk wearing a monk robe. The land of chaos was indeed chaotic. There were people from all walks of life. Now that a monk had appeared, everyone subconsciously guessed that there might be a Daoist nun. But no one showed any contempt just because the other party was bald. The one with the monk was a late-stage Zephyr realm expert. His eyes were very small and occasionally flashed with a cold light. The two of them came together without any distinction of seniority. Obviously, they were on equal footing. This monk was not simple. "I'm Mu Hei. Greetings to the two lords." The black-robed man bowed respectfully. "Greetings to the lords." The others followed suit and were very respectful. "Not bad, there are so many people." "Well, very good, very good." The late-stage Zephyr Realm expert nodded with satisfaction. Inadvertently, his eyes swept to the maverick Zi Chen next to him. Everyone else was bowing, but Zi Chen was different. Not only was he not bowing, he was even looking at them with a faint smile. The late-stage Zephyr Realm expert was stunned and immediately showed a dissatisfied expression. "Why don't you bow when you see the lords?" Mu Hei's face changed when he saw them. Others didn't know the identity of the two, but Mu Hei knew very well that neither of them were easy to deal with. First of all, this lord was the seventh head of Wild Wolf Bandits. He had many Zephyr Realm experts under him. He was very powerful and famous. His methods were ruthless and he killed people like flies. Few people dared to provoke him. He once killed hundreds of cultivators in a day. As for this monk, although he seemed to be at the mid-stage Zephyr Realm, his combat strength was terrifying. When he appeared 2 years ago, he was only at the early stage Zephyr Realm. He refused to be controlled by the 8th head. In a battle, he almost killed the other party and became the 8th head, causing a huge sensation. Now, a mere barbarian dared to put on airs in front of the two heads. He was simply courting death. "Lords, I'm really sorry. This is a barbarian who doesn't know the rules." Mu Hei hurriedly apologized and explained. It was not for Zi Chen, but because he was afraid that he would be implicated. The other 20 or so Zephyr Realm experts also secretly glanced at Zi Chen, their eyes full of ridicule and disdain. "Barbarian." Tuo Ao was slightly startled. Then, he felt relieved and said, "No wonder he is so unconventional. It turns out that he is a barbarian who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. It is understandable that he has no rules." Tuo Ao glanced at the monk and said with a smile, "Master Shan seems to come from the same place as you. It's fate that we met. Anyway, you only have one spot this time. Why don't you take him?" Tyrant didn't speak, nor did he look at Zi Chen. Instead, he looked at the 20 or so people in front of him. A faint golden light flashed in his eyes, as if he was choosing a suitable candidate. Tuo Ao shifted his gaze away from the monk. There was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Let me introduce him to everyone." He pointed at the monk and said, "This is the 8th leader of Wild Wolf Stronghold, Master Kindness. We pay our respects to Great Master Shan." The group of people bowed respectfully again. Tuo Ao nodded with satisfaction. "This time, Great Master Kindness and I will choose together. Although Great Master Kindness only has one spot, he has the right to choose first. He will choose the true elite experts, so you should feel honored. As for the rest, follow me. I am Tuo Ao, the 7th leader." After that, everyone bowed again to Tuo Ao. Of course, Zi Chen was excluded. Tyrant's eyes flashed as he looked at the 20 or so people in the sky. It seemed that he was having a hard time making a decision. "Master Tuo Ao, we came together. We really don't want to be separated. Moreover, we are not elites. We hope to follow Master Tuo Ao." At this moment, the young man spoke. "Yes, we are together. Moreover, we are not elites. We hope that Master Tuo Ao will take us in. We really don't want to be separated." The others nodded and spoke one after another. Tuo Ao was delighted. These people were indeed not barbarians. However, on the surface, he said awkwardly, "This is not good. After all, Great Master Kindness chose first. We can't break the rules. Master, isn't it just choosing an elite expert? We have one here. Look at this man who didn't even bow when he saw the two masters. He has the pride of an elite expert. I think he must be the elite that Great Master Kindness is looking for." The young man said. Yes, this man is handsome and dignified. No matter how you look at him, he looks like an elite expert." The people who were calling him a barbarian before were now calling him a man. They couldn't wait to praise Zi Chen to the heavens. That makes sense. When Tuor Ao heard this, he nodded solemnly and said, although the barbarian land is full of uncivilized barbarians, there are also real strong people. Master Shan is one of them. 2 years ago, there were also 2 who made Lu Tong suffer a great loss. Recently, there have been many rumors about barbarians showing their power in the land of turmoil. This young man can break through to the spirit origin realm at such a young age. He has a dignified appearance, heroic spirit, and extraordinary power. I think he must be a powerful person. Great Master Kindness, please don't decline. That's right. I hope Great Master Kindness will not decline. The others said in unison. The monk's expression was indifferent. There was no joy in it. He asked calmly, "Are you really not considering going to the 8th Brigade with me?" Although his words were indifferent, everyone could hear the unwillingness in his heart. Great Master Kindness, we want to go, but the gap between us and the elite experts is too big. We think this man is the real elite candidate. Moreover, he came from the same barbarian land as Great Master Kindness. It can be said that it's fate. The young man looked embarrassed, but his eyes were full of ridicule. After hearing that Great Master Kindness came from the barbarian land, his heart was filled with contempt. He was even more disdainful of the so-called 8th Brigade. Of course, if Great Master Kindness is in a difficult position, you can also choose from here. It's also possible that a future elite expert will appear here. The young man pointed to the side. There were some true energy realm cultivators that no one cared about. Good and evil monk smiled indifferently and looked at Tuor Ao again. The latter's face was full of ridicule, waiting for him to watch a good show. He, Zi Chen, an unparalleled sky martial artist who broke through to the Zephyr realm. Of course, he's invincible in the Zephyr realm. No one cares about him. The monk snickered in his heart. He had already seen Zi Chen and even communicated with him through spiritual thoughts. They were teasing the monk, saying that Zi Chen was an elite expert. Little did they know that the 2 were old friends and had been communicating with each other through spiritual thoughts. They were teasing the 2 of them, but the 2 of them were also watching a group of monkeys playing around. Not to mention a few Zephyr realm cultivators, even Tuor Ao was not enough in front of Zi Chen. Damn monk, are you sure there are no rules here? Zi Chen asked again through telepathy. There's only one rule here, which is to rob. Rob whoever you don't like. You can rob women, rob resources, rob everything. The monk also replied through telepathy. You perverted monk, how dare you rob women? After looking around and seeing everyone's mocking expression, the monk said awkwardly, if that's the case, I'll reluctantly accept. Haha, Master Kindness, it's your luck to have such an elite expert. You should seize this opportunity. That's true. Such an elite expert is hard to come by. Master Kindness, you can't miss this opportunity. Everyone laughed. That's right. Buddhism is about karma and Buddha's fate. It's fate that we met. Then, I'll agree. The monk put his palms together and chanted Buddha's name. However, he was met with laughter. If a barbarian was an elite expert, then there would be no elite experts in the world. This monk must be blind to believe in a few words. Elite expert, are you willing to follow me to the 8th Battalion? The monk turned around and looked at Zi Chen with a smile in his eyes. I'm willing to follow you. Zi Chen also smiled. The 2 of them looked at each other. Everything was understood without words. Haha, he's indeed an elite expert. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Not bad, what an elite expert. Haha. Everyone in the surroundings could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Tuor Ao also laughed and said, well, all of you come with me. From now on, you'll be part of the 7th Battalion. When you see the people of the 8th Battalion, you must be close to each other. Yes, sir, everyone replied in unison. Sir, I have one more question, the young man suddenly said. Go ahead. I want to ask, now that we've joined the 7th Battalion, are we no longer protected by the rules here? After the young man finished speaking, he glanced coldly at Zi Chen. Tuor Ao glanced at them and understood what was going on. He was very satisfied and nodded. Yes, your life is now in your own hands. Any conflicts can be resolved here. Okay, Thank you, sir. After the young man finished speaking, he turned to Zi Chen and said, Elite expert, come and settle our grudges. After that, he walked towards Zi Chen with an unfriendly face. What grudges do we have? Zi Chen glanced at them. Chen-ph, what do you think? More than 20 of them flew up and surrounded Zi Chen in an instant. The monk stood at the side, not saying a word. Looking at more than 20 fierce people, Zi Chen was very nervous. He hugged the demon ape tighter in his arms and asked the monk for help. Master, save me. Amitabha, out of here, life and death are up to fate. This poor monk can't help you. The monk put his palms together and looked solemn. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd once again burst into laughter. Now, no one can protect you. It's too late even if you hand over that stupid monkey. How dare you talk back to me? Today, I'll break your mouth. Damn barbarian, you really think you're an elite expert? Today, I'll trample on you. They looked unfriendly and closed in on Zi Chen. Swoosh. Zi Chen didn't say a word and turned to leave. He wasn't slow at all. Oh, that barbarian ran away. Chase him. More than 20 people rose into the air and chased after Zi Chen. They weren't slow and soon caught up with Zi Chen. Then, a fierce battle ensued. Zi Chen was no match for them at all. He was sent flying in a few moves and the demon ape in his arms was also taken away. Beat his face until it's swollen. He really thinks he's an elite expert. The young man said proudly. Boom. Chapter 417. A group of more than 20 people surrounded Zi Chen. Several of them attacked, and Zi Chen was beaten back repeatedly. He couldn't fight back at all. Everyone laughed at him. How could he be considered an elite expert? The devil ape had been snatched away and was held in the arms of the seductive female cultivator. It shook its head, as if it had never seen such a big scene before. The seductive female cultivator smiled and comforted the devil ape. Just as everyone was about to go up and teach Zi Chen a lesson and knock out his teeth, a violent aura suddenly came from the horizon. This aura made people tremble. It was filled with endless killing intent. Everyone was startled and subconsciously turned their heads. Then, they saw a middle-aged daoist in a daoist robe coming from the horizon. The violent aura was actually coming from him. This old daoist has been roaming the Chaos Lands for thousands of years. What I hate the most is to see others steal things. Why don't you all stop? The young man turned his head and said disdainfully, Stinky daoist, where did you come from? Thousands of years. What are you bragging about? Are you a bastard? How could you live that long? This was a middle-aged daoist. He was slightly chubby, and the strength he displayed was only at the early stage of the flying race. No one believed him at all. You stinky daoist, get out of here. How dare you meddle in our business? Are you courting death? The others also spoke, cold light flashing in their eyes. They weren't afraid of the middle-aged daoist at all. Mph, you all are really arrogant. How dare you steal things in broad daylight? It seems you don't put me, the virtuous loose cultivator, in your eyes. The middle-aged daoist approached in the air, his eyes cold. Get the hell out of here. What virtuous loose cultivator? I've never heard of you. If you meddle in other people's business again, I'll rob you too. There's no sense of achievement in robbing a poor barbarian. Since you want to interfere, we might as well rob him together. The other flying race cultivators spoke with sinister smiles on their faces. There were more than 20 of them in the flying race, more than 20 times the number of flying race cultivators. Moreover, there were 2 leaders, so they naturally weren't afraid of the other party. Let's go and show him our power, the young man shouted. Swish. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, several rays of light flashed and 7 or 8 people rushed toward the middle-aged daoist. Their eyes were cold and they had smug smiles on their faces. This Taoist has lived in the bedlam for thousands of years. Who doesn't know me, the virtuous loose cultivator? You little brats dare to mess with me. I won't let you off today. The middle-aged Taoist was furious. He turned around and charged forward. There was no powerful aura circulating around his body, but his every movement had a natural and unrestrained rhythm, like flowing water. He lightly struck out with his palm, but it contained an inexplicable energy. "Smelly cow nose, you're courting death," one of the Taoists shouted as he clenched his fist and punched out. His origin energy surged as he punched towards the Taoist priest. Bang! A fist collided with a palm, resulting in a deafening explosion. Following that, the Yukong cultivator let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying backwards. His right arm was pulled back and his facial features were distorted from the pain. His entire arm was almost shattered by the Taoist's palm. The middle-aged Taoist priest didn't have any injuries on his body. He didn't even stop moving as he charged towards the others. After sending one of them flying, the other attacks arrived. The surging energy emitted a brilliant light and instantly engulfed the Taoist priest. Rumble. A rumbling sound was heard as the energy exploded. A destructive aura rippled and rushed in all directions. Is he dead? Being engulfed by such terrifying energy, he's dead for sure. The destructive energy surged, causing the void to tremble and distort. No one continued to attack, waiting for the energy to dissipate. Swoosh. But before the destructive energy dissipated, a figure rushed out. It was the middle-aged Taoist priest. His Taoist robe fluttered, and his eyes were even colder. The energy explosions didn't leave any wounds on his body. Even his Taoist robe wasn't damaged. Everyone's expression changed. The middle-aged Taoist priest's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. The Taoist priest appeared in a flash and charged towards the others. After that, he simply struck out with his palm. It was natural and unrestrained, with a certain rhythm. Bang! One of the Yukong cultivators was swept by the palm wind. He grunted as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His body flew backwards, and the energy shield around him shattered immediately. Puff! The palm wind hit one of the Yukong cultivator's chest, and the latter coughed out blood like a kite with a broken string. This was a shocking battle. The middle-aged Taoist priest was extremely powerful. It was as if he was invincible. His palm landed lightly, and if it hit one of the Yukong cultivators, that person would definitely vomit blood and fly backwards. Even if they were swept by the palm wind, blood would still flow from the corner of their mouth. In just a few breaths' time, the first 7 or 8 Yukong cultivators were all defeated. They were all wailing in pain, suffering different degrees of injuries. The others were already stunned. What kind of combat power was this? 1 against 8, and he still won. How dare you steal in broad daylight? Today, I will definitely teach you all a lesson. The middle-aged Taoist priest snorted, and the aura around him became sharper. Damn Taoist priest, I don't believe that you can fight 20 alone. The young man's expression became unnatural. The middle-aged Taoist priest's combat power surprised him, but it didn't scare him to retreat. If he won against 8, then what about 20? Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, shouts shook the sky, and monstrous killing intent filled the air. A group of people rushed towards the Taoist priest and began to gang up on him. At this moment, Chen became the target of abandonment. He stood aside in the air, and no one cared about him. Only the woman holding the demon ape was not far away. Barbarian, what are you looking at? This monkey is already mine. If you dare to have any ideas about it, I will kill you. The seductive woman said and glared at Chen fiercely. Chen was expressionless, as if he was frightened. He turned his head to look at the battlefield, but a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. In the distance, the situation of the gang had taken shape. Colorful light flowed, and spiritual weapons appeared one after another, displaying endless power. They were like streaks of lightning, and attacked the middle-aged Taoist priest. There were more than 20 spiritual weapons, and they formed an inescapable net. Sword chi swallowed, and cold light surged. Dense killing intent filled the sky. At the same time, there was an overwhelming energy attack that filled the entire sky. Ripples of destructive aura fell from the sky, and slashed towards Chen. Rumble. The attacks of more than 20 experts caused the sky to tremble. The void was constantly distorting, and there were signs of it shattering. Mph, let's see if you can still survive. The young man's eyes flashed with killing intent. He thought that the 20 of them could destroy the enemy, so he was full of confidence. However, in the next moment, this confidence was shattered by the middle-aged Daoist priest. Facing the siege of the crowd, the middle-aged Daoist priest went completely berserk. He displayed a kind of extreme speed, and his figure was like a ghost as he dodged one energy attack after another. Then, he struck out with his palm. The light palm carried a faint palm wind, but it contained an inconceivable amount of energy. When a spiritual weapon slashed over, it shattered with a cracking sound. Peng! The spiritual weapon shattered, and cold light scattered in all directions. Everyone was shocked to see a spiritual weapon shattered in one strike. However, this was only the beginning. The shattering of a spiritual weapon was not a coincidence. Peng! Peng! After that, the middle-aged Daoist priest continued to strike. As his palm and finger landed, cracks appeared on the spiritual weapons one after another, and they finally shattered. This was an extremely frightening scene. There was actually someone in this world who could shatter a spiritual weapon with their physical body. Following the continuous sounds of explosions, one spiritual weapon after another was shattered. Everyone was shocked. Then, the middle-aged Daoist priest charged at a cultivator and struck out with his palm. Phut! The cultivator coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and several of his bones were broken. He felt as if he had been hit by a mountain, and he was directly sent flying. What a powerful physical body! The cultivator's expression changed, and his face was filled with shock. However, he only had time to say one sentence before his head tilted to the side, and he fainted. In just a few breaths, there were nearly 10 people who had been knocked unconscious. Such battle strength made everyone tremble. Apart from shock, their eyes were also filled with disbelief. They were unable to imagine how a mere early-stage Zephyr could have such powerful strength. One strike was enough to knock out a cultivator of the same level. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. At this moment, there were even people who wanted to flee. They were not a group to begin with, and they were all pulled over by the young man. I said that I would teach you all a lesson today. The middle-aged Daoist priest's eyes were cold, and he displayed his extreme speed. In an instant, one of the people who wanted to flee was sent flying back. Everyone was terrified, and no longer dared to flee. Slap! At this moment, the clear sound of a slap rang out in the air. Everyone looked over and saw that the young man from before had been slapped by the middle-aged Daoist priest, and was coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Even an existence like him was unable to react in front of the middle-aged Daoist priest. You dare to steal from me, the virtuous wanderer? How dare you? The middle-aged Daoist priest was furious, and he slapped the young man again, causing him to see stars. Everyone was dumbfounded. This Daoist priest was too terrifying. His battle strength was great, and even his temper seemed to be very strange. He was a dignified monk, yet he slapped someone. That was too barbaric. However, no one dared to speak, and no one dared to question him. No matter where they were, strength was respected. Do you know who I am? The young man coughed up blood, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Slap! Slap! The middle-aged Daoist priest slapped the young man again, and he said disdainfully, I don't care where you came from. In front of me, the virtuous wanderer, be it a snake or a cat, be it a cat or a dog. You dare to show your background in front of me? You're courting death. After saying that, the middle-aged Daoist priest slapped the young man away. Then, in a flash of light, he also knocked down a few others. Everyone was dumbfounded. No matter how they looked at him, he didn't look like a Daoist priest, but more like a hooligan. Everyone's hearts trembled. Was this really a Daoist priest? And a virtuous Daoist priest? What was he doing? Was this really a Daoist priest? I hate seeing people steal from others the most. If I see it again in the future, I'll beat you up every time I see you, the middle-aged Daoist priest said coldly as he swept his gaze over the group of people. Yes, yes, we won't dare again. We won't dare again, we won't dare again. At that moment, everyone was frightened. Even the female cultivator holding the demonic ape fell to the ground, her face pale. You've completely infuriated me. If you want me to let you go, then take out everything you have to calm me down. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy, the middle-aged Daoist priest shouted again. Chapter 4:18. Everyone was stunned. They were completely dumbfounded. If they had guessed before that this was a different kind of Daoist, then now they were completely sure that this was a real ruffian. He had nothing to do with the carefree and indifferent true Daoist in their hearts. What did he mean by he had lived for thousands of years and hated to see others snatch things? That was all nonsense. His real purpose was to get the things on them. This was not a kind Daoist who would lend a helping hand when he saw injustice. He was a different kind of Daoist who appeared purely to snatch things. What's wrong? Weren't you all very arrogant when you snatched other people's things? Why aren't you saying anything now? Tell me, do you all not want to live anymore? The middle-aged Daoist swept his gaze across the crowd and said coldly. Everyone had the urge to cry. This was really karma. They were shouting at the barbarians as if they were going to be beaten or killed. They did not put the barbarians in their eyes at all. Now, in less than a quarter of an hour, they had become the prey in the eyes of others. The Daoist was too strong. He won against 20 people. Everyone trembled and no one dared to speak. If you want to live, then hand over everything on you. Don't force this kind monk to use violence. When everyone heard this, they had the urge to curse. Only you are a monk, only you are kind. Only one of the barbarians and the female cultivators who did not participate in the battle was not injured. Among them, young Master Hai was beaten into a pig's head. Half of his teeth fell out and he spoke with a lisp. Was this something a kind monk would do? What's wrong? None of you have any reaction. It seems that wealth is more important than life. Are you all forcing this monk to kill you? Everyone was speechless. They did not know what to do with the Daoist. They did not know how to answer, but they also did not know how to answer. They all chose to remain silent. Not far away, Zichen sneered. Clearly, they were waiting for Tuo's arrival. Enough. Who are you? How dare you come to my wild wolf stronghold's territory and behave so atrociously? Sure enough, Tuo's voice sounded in the next moment. He had finally arrived. However, when the latter arrived, he saw everything in front of him with a face of disbelief. While these people were resolving their conflicts, he was holding back the monk, preventing the other party from coming over to help. He wanted to let the barbarians suffer a little. However, after hearing the loud sounds and energy fluctuations, he felt that something was amiss and hurried over. He didn't expect to see a middle-aged Daoist intimidating 20 flight users. Furthermore, they were all injured. It was clear that they had already fought and were no match for him. Tuor appeared proudly and stepped forward step by step. He did not underestimate the other party just because he thought that the other party was only at the early stage of the flight of flight. Master Kindness was a clear example. Back then, when he was at the early stage of the flight of flight, he almost killed a late-stage flight of flight. Moreover, the other party was able to fight against 20 people of the same level. This was an existence that was not weaker than Master Kindness. Sir Toao is here. My lord, save us. Seeing Tuo appear, everyone looked as if they had seen their savior. Their faces were filled with excitement. Who are you? Why aren't you bowing to the virtuous cultivator? However, the middle-aged Daoist immediately shouted, startling everyone. For the 7th master to bow, how big was his face? Furthermore, it was a mere early-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator. This Daoist was too high quality. Tuo did not look down on the other party. Instead, he was looked down on. He immediately showed a dissatisfied expression. What? Not only are you not bowing to your virtuous cultivator, you even dare to show dissatisfaction. The middle-aged Daoist glared. Everyone was stupefied once more. This Daoist was clearly deliberately looking for trouble. Did he have the confidence to deal with a late-stage flight of flight? Stinky Daoist, are your dog eyes blind? You don't even recognize Sir Toao. Wild Wolf Stronghold's 7th master bowed to you. Are you worthy? You want Sir to bow to you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Tuo frowned, his expression instantly turning cold. Some flight of flight also took the opportunity to shout. What wild wolf stronghold, wild dog stronghold? What seventh master and sixth master? This virtuous cultivator has never heard of them. The middle-aged daoist had a ruffian expression as he shouted at Tuor-Ao, seventh wolf dog, "Let me ask you, why aren't you bowing to me when you see me?" Seventh wolf dog, what kind of name was that? And he even said that they were bowing to him. In the next moment, everyone looked down and jumped. They didn't know when, but they were all kneeling on the ground. As for Tuor-Ao, the high and mighty seventh master was called seventh wolf dog. When had he ever received such humiliation? His nose was about to become crooked from anger. Brazen, are your dog eyes blind? A mere early stage flight of dares to call our master that? Who gave you the dog guts? Did you eat a leopard's gall? You dare be so rude? Insulting wild wolf stronghold, insulting seventh master? You are courting death. These people were enraged from shame. After getting up, they all began to loudly berate him, venting their dissatisfaction. A bunch of flies were making a ruckus. The middle-aged priest frowned and his face was filled with displeasure. He swept everyone with a cold gaze and said coldly, "All of you kneel." How bold. Did I allow all of you to get up? You damned daoist. Stinky daoist. Rogue daoist. As soon as the daoist finished speaking, he was instantly swallowed by the clamor. Each person spoke one sentence, making 20 sentences. It could be said that the more people there were, the more words there were. The daoist was just one person, so he naturally couldn't beat them in a war of words. Enough. Now, whoever dares to say another word, I'll kill them. In the end, the daoist let out an explosive shout. As soon as he finished speaking, a dense killing intent appeared in his eyes. Boundless killing intent caused people's hearts to tremble. Many people subconsciously shut their mouths. Stinky daoist, do you think you dash? But there were still people who were disdainful. Relying on their arrogance, they were not afraid of the daoist's threat. But before he finished speaking, his voice abruptly stopped. Fart. A head flew high from the body, its eyes filled with disdain and ridicule. The headless corpse crazily spurted out blood and fell backwards. The flight of flight that had spoken was instantly beheaded. Everyone was stunned, so frightened that they shut their mouths. No one saw how the daoist attacked, and by the time they noticed, the daoist was already dead. Everyone felt a chill down their spines, feeling a cold wind on their necks. Many people were glad that the one who spoke just now was not them. The daoist was still standing in the same place, as if he had not moved a single step. But in the distance, a flight had died. Such a strange speed was shocking. All around, there was dead silence. No one dared to speak. What a fast speed. Is this what he's relying on? Tuor-Ao's expression changed, coldly looking at the middle-aged daoist. The anger that had just risen was slowly fading away under such extreme speed. Just now, when the daoist attacked, he actually did not react. The middle-aged daoist glanced at Tuor-Ao and said, "Seventh wolf dog, since you are their wolf dog, then I will not make things difficult for you. Hand over all your wealth, and I can let you go." This great virtue cultivator is not willing to kill again. Everyone was speechless. Asking for all their wealth, this was not called making things difficult. In an instant, one person was killed cleanly, who knew how many people he had killed. Moreover, in their hearts, each and every one of them thought that the middle-aged daoist was too arrogant. A mere early flight dared to ask the seventh master to hand over his wealth. He really had guts. His speed was fast, but his combat power was not necessarily strong. It was possible that he could not even break through the seventh master's defense. Good. I, Tuor-Ao, never thought that the first time I, Tuor-Ao, was looked down upon and robbed of my things, it was actually an early flight. Tuor-Ao's anger that had just subsided was once again ignited because of the words seventh wolf dog. He was finally angry, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "If you want my wealth, then let's see if you have the strength to do so. Seventh wolf dog, I advise you to be rational. You have been here all your life, but this old daoist has been here for thousands of years. Don't cause another bloody battle because of some worldly possessions. Seventh wolf dog, You have to think twice. Everyone was speechless. This was too outrageous, calling him seventh wolf dog. Was he trying to anger the seventh master to death? The seventh master madly roared, completely enraged, "Let's fight, you stinking daoist. Don't talk nonsense. Isn't it just a battle? Seventh wolf dog, I've been waiting for you to say that. I, the virtuous unfettered, have never tasted defeat in my thousands of years in the chaotic lands. Die." Tuor Ao was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He decided to take the initiative and not listen to his opponent's words. Otherwise, he would die from anger. With a roar, his aura surged and he extended a large hand. The large hand glowed, and rays of light circulated. The dome of the sky rumbled as a huge energy palm appeared, carrying a terrifying might as it ruthlessly attacked the middle-aged daoist. Bang! The middle-aged daoist lightly sent out a palm. It was natural and unrestrained. The small palm landed on the large hand, causing a huge explosion and terrifying ripples to spread out. The large hand was shattered, and the middle-aged daoist was forced back several steps. The two of them were actually evenly matched. Everyone was shocked. Just where did this virtuous unfettered come from? He was actually so powerful that he could fight someone 2 levels above him. Stinking daoist, die. After that attack, Tuor Ao's figure flashed, and endless killing intent surged around him as he charged towards the middle-aged daoist. Seventh wolf dog, watch out. The middle-aged daoist also charged forward. In the sky, a fierce battle broke out. The sounds of explosions were like thunder, spreading everywhere. The two of them were very fast, like 2 rays of light. The more they fought, the faster they became. The virtuous unfettered, with his early-stage Zephyr strength, was able to fight against a late-stage Zephyr realm head. Such battle strength was shocking. When did such a person appear in the Bedlam lands? How come I've never heard of the virtuous unfettered cultivator? The more Tuor Ao fought, the more shocked he became. His opponent's strength could be described as unfathomable. Seventh wolf dog, you're very weak. From time to time, the middle-aged daoist's mocking voice rang out. Clearly, his opponent was still very relaxed. And every time he called him seventh wolf dog, it would ignite Tuor Ao's anger, causing him to attack with even more ferocious battle skills. As time passed, the surrounding people were all dumbfounded. The seventh head of Wild Wolf stronghold in their eyes was fighting against an early-stage Zephyr realm head. Not only was he unable to gain the upper hand, he was actually being suppressed. How is this possible? Lord Tuor Ao is being suppressed. This is impossible. That daoist is only at the early stage Zephyr realm. Everyone's expression changed, and they were incomparably shocked. Even the previously arrogant young man's eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 419. Boom. After attacking for a long time without success, Master Tuor Ao became anxious. He exploded with power, releasing a terrifying aura as he unleashed his strongest attack. For a moment, the world lost its color. A palm print covered the sky, releasing a terrifying aura as it fiercely struck towards the middle-aged daoist. This attack had the aura of a leader, far stronger than a normal late-stage Zephyr realm cultivator. Hey, seventh wolf dog, take a look at this attack of mine. The middle-aged daoist opened his mouth, almost scattering the aura that Tuor Ao had just gathered. The latter's face was gloomy as he controlled the palm print to attack. Looking at the virtuous loose cultivator, after he spoke, his body also emitted a golden light. He turned from a ruffian into a war god in golden armor. His aura rose by several levels as he struck out with a palm print. In an instant, a golden light palm print rose into the sky, and a powerful aura filled the world. This was a sign that victory and defeat were about to be decided. Everyone's eyes widened. Boom. In an earth-shattering explosion, the 2 palm prints exploded. Victory and defeat had been decided. Tuor Ao coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew back from the sky. His eyes were filled with shock. He had actually lost. Everyone was in an uproar. Master Tuor Ao, the 7th leader of Wild Wolf Stronghold, had actually been defeated by an early-stage Zephyr realm daoist. Looking at the virtuous loose cultivator, he stood in the air, his robes fluttering without wind. He looked down and shouted, "Seventh wolf dog has already lost. If you don't want to die, hand over all your wealth." Hearing this, Tuo coughed up another mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Everyone's hearts were filled with despair. Even Master Tuo, who was at the late stage of Zephyr realm, had lost. Who could suppress him? "You want my wealth? Dream on." Tuo refused to accept this. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He once again turned into lightning and rushed over from the distance. "Go to hell." His body emitted a dazzling light, like a burning flame. His essence, chi, and spirit rose to the peak. This was a method similar to burning one's life force. Although it could be exchanged for temporary power, it would be very weak in the future. As his life force burned, Tuo's aura became even stronger. As he breathed in and out, this powerful aura continued to rise. But every time his aura rose, more life force would be burned. In the future, he would suffer endless pain. If it was serious, his realm might even drop. Boom. After reaching a certain limit, he unleashed a powerful attack. In an instant, the sky exploded, and a palm imprint containing a destructive aura descended from the sky. The virtuous cultivator's eyes became extremely serious. His aura also continued to climb. At a time like this, he naturally couldn't hold back. His powerful aura spread out. His entire body emitted a dazzling golden light. Murderous chi surrounded him as if there were countless resentful spirits crying out. At the same time, the sound of flowing rivers rang out from within his body. It was as if his muscles and bones were resonating at the same time, providing him with endless energy. Moreover, this was the first time he had clenched his fist and struck out with a stunning punch. The sky trembled. In this world, it was as though there was only this fist, this imposing figure. He was as tall as the heavens and earth, looking down on all life, extremely tyrannical. The overbearing imposing figure and the glaring golden fist light became the only thing in the world, deeply imprinted in the minds of the crowd. As for Toao's attack that burned his life force, although terrifying, under this tyrannical figure, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating its own strength. Boom! The fist light collided with the palm imprint, causing an earth-shattering sound. The void shattered like a mirror, and terrifying energy scattered in all directions. The terrifying palm imprint was shattered by the fist light. Under the impact of the powerful energy, Toao was once again sent flying. This time, in addition to coughing up blood, there was also the clear sound of bones breaking. With just one punch, Toao had suffered an unimaginable injury. In addition, a large amount of his life force had been burned, so Toao did not have the strength to strike again. Everyone was horrified. Was this the true strength of the virtuous cultivator? That golden figure was really too strong, so strong that no one had the slightest desire to fight. Even the late-stage imperial heir, who had burned his life force, was defeated in one blow. His strength was shocking. When the crowd looked up again, the imposing figure and the overbearing manner had disappeared. The middle-aged Taoist priest had once again become a rascal. The 7 wolf dogs are already half dead. No one will protect you anymore. Now, hand over all your wealth. Don't force me to be rough. The virtuous cultivator stood in the air, overlooking the crowd, but there was no longer any arrogance. Do you know who we are? Whose territory this is? You dare to rob here? Do you want to die? Toao gritted his teeth and stood up with difficulty. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His spirit was weak, and his face was pale. I said it before. Showing off your background in front of me is useless. I don't care if you're a wolf dog or a dog. If you don't hand over your wealth today, then all of you can go to hell. The virtuous cultivator was very powerful. He did not buy it at all. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Toao, directly slapping him. The loud sound made everyone tremble. Moreover, with one slap, half of Toao's teeth were gone. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Hand it over or not. The cold voice made everyone's heart tremble. Losing their wealth was better than losing their lives. If they lost their wealth, they could still earn it back. If they lost their lives, then their wealth would be useless. Thus, they all obediently handed over their wealth. Mother **Ku, are you all poor? Why do you only have so little vitality stones? The virtuous cultivator angrily shouted, searching through the spiritual rings one by one. Toao refused to hand it over, and was knocked unconscious by the virtuous cultivator with another slap. Then, he forcibly took away the spiritual ring. In the bright golden light, he directly broke through the seal. This made everyone dumbfounded. A mere early-stage void flight cultivator had actually broken through the seal of a late-stage void flight cultivator. How powerful was his spiritual sense? Mother **Ku, a mere leader is so poor. What a waste. No wonder he's called a wolf dog leader. Seeing a pile of mid-grade vitality stones in the spiritual ring, and even some high-grade vitality stones, the virtuous cultivator was overjoyed. However, on the surface, he was very dissatisfied. Everyone was speechless. Was this really just a daoist? Why was his mouth full of vulgarities? He was simply a bandit. It's your turn, you little thing. The virtuous cultivator walked towards the young man. The latter's eyes were full of fear, and even fear. He was so scared that he couldn't stop trembling. He reached for the spiritual ring, having been completely frightened by the opponent's power. He didn't dare to complain anymore. Boom! Just as the virtuous cultivator walked in front of him, the other's frightened expression suddenly disappeared. A trace of hatred flashed through his eyes. Then, a terrifying aura surged around him, and he rushed towards the virtuous cultivator. A forbidden weapon had exploded. It was equivalent to a powerful attack from a grandmaster. "Mph, little bastard, you want to play mind games with me? You're still too inexperienced." The virtuous cultivator sneered. He seemed to have been prepared. His figure continuously retreated. At the same time, a silver light rushed out from between his eyebrows, instantly turning into a lightning dragon. It collided with the forbidden weapon's attack, causing a deafening explosion. Seeing this scene, the young man's face was drained of all color. This time, he was truly frightened. When the energy dissipated, the virtuous cultivator flashed forward. With a cold smile, he slapped out the remaining half of the other's teeth. Then, he directly knocked the other out and forcefully took the spiritual ring. His movements were so clean and swift that it made one wonder how many people he had practiced this on. As expected, this guy was extremely rich. There was a lot of wealth in the spiritual ring. Apart from more than 100 upper-grade vitality stones, there were also many mid-grade vitality stones. In addition, there were also 2 undamaged forbidden weapons. "I don't want to kill women. Hand over your wealth." After robbing everyone, the virtuous cultivator's cold gaze fell on the seductive female cultivator. The latter had long been scared silly. Her face was full of fear, and she trembled as she handed over the spiritual ring. The virtuous cultivator took the wealth and threw the spiritual ring back to her. Then, a cold smile flashed across his face. He snatched the demon ape from her arms, causing a series of screams. "Shut up. I don't like trash like you," the virtuous cultivator shouted angrily and turned to leave. A trace of hatred flashed through the woman's eyes. Then, a sharp blade appeared in her hand, and she stabbed towards the virtuous cultivator's back. Slap. But what rang out was a resounding slap. Instantly, a handprint appeared on the woman's face. "If you have any more crooked thoughts, you'll die next time." The virtuous cultivator left without looking back. The woman threw down the blade, her face full of fear. "Everyone, it was fate that brought us together. Today, I'm very happy. We'll meet again someday." After returning all the spiritual rings to everyone, the virtuous cultivator smiled. Hearing this, everyone had the urge to cry. How could this be called fate? All their wealth was gone. If this was called fate, then they wouldn't have met each other. This was also fate. The virtuous cultivator was simply a god of plague. Everyone wanted him to leave immediately. "Senior, that pet is mine." But at this moment, Chen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. "What?" The virtuous cultivator turned his head and looked at Chen with dissatisfaction. "The pet in your arms is mine. They took it before," Chen said again. Is he an idiot? Can't he see the current situation? He really is a brainless barbarian. This kind of god of plague should have just left. Why did he have to provoke him again? Everyone cursed in their hearts. They were afraid that this god of plague would be angered by the barbarian's words and kill him. What? You dare to steal my things? I hate people who steal things the most. Are you all animals? You even stole such a cute little fellow. The virtuous cultivator was indeed angry. But as soon as he spoke, everyone had the urge to vomit blood. Furthermore, one or two of them weren't strong enough and directly fainted. The others were all enduring, but they were very unhappy. They were all thinking that they had only stolen a little fellow, but he had stolen all of them. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The virtuous loose cultivator actually gave the little fellow to Zi Chen and said, "For you. I hate it when people steal things from me the most. Many thanks, senior." Zi Chen took the little fellow with a smile. The huge contrast between the virtuous cultivator's actions and actions caused everyone to vomit blood and faint. You people really are despicable. It seems this punishment isn't enough. The virtuous cultivator turned his head and looked at them again. His gaze became even colder. Then, he picked up the cultivators one by one and threw them out. They were planted on the mountain rocks one by one like scallions being planted upside down. He didn't even let the female cultivators go. Chapter 420. Everyone was thrown upside down into the rocks. They struggled in terror, but the virtuous unfettered cultivator was still there, so no one dared to break free. As for the Zi Chen from before, he suddenly disappeared. The virtuous unfettered cultivator's body flickered with golden light, and he turned back into Zi Chen with a smile on his face. The devil ape squeaked and jumped toward Zi Chen. Laughter echoed through the world, gradually fading away as if the virtuous unfettered cultivator had left. Once the laughter completely disappeared, a loud sound rang out. Everyone jumped, shattering the rocks. They looked around, but the virtuous unfettered cultivator had long since disappeared. "It's you." Everyone saw Zi Chen. He was the only unharmed barbarian who hadn't been robbed. Could it be that the virtuous unfettered cultivator already knows he's a barbarian and knows he's poor, so he's too lazy to rob him? Everyone was speechless. That unconventional daoist's actions were always unpredictable. Everyone was more or less injured, but they still had some fighting strength. When they looked at Zi Chen once more, their gazes became unkind. If it weren't for this barbarian, they naturally wouldn't have been injured, and the wealth they had worked so hard for so many years wouldn't have been stolen. It was all because of this barbarian. Quite a few people's eyes were cold. But before they could do anything, a golden light appeared on the horizon. Grandmaster Kindness had arrived, and he had arrived just in time. He had arrived as soon as the virtuous unfettered cultivator had left. What happened? Looking around, Great Master Shan asked in confusion. His expression was one of compassion. No one said anything. They were all very unhappy. You're a grand monk, but you don't even have the slightest bit of mercy. Why didn't you come earlier or later? You only came after they had stolen your things. A cultivator called the virtuous unfettered cultivator came and robbed them. Even the seventh boss was heavily injured, said Zi Chen respectfully. But at this moment, the two of them were communicating. Your harvest this time isn't small, right? Let's split it 50-50, said the monk. Dream on. If I didn't do anything, then don't even think about getting 10%. Then I won't interfere in this matter. I'll immediately leave and let them attack you. Then you can go. If worst comes to worst, I'll just kill them all and leave this place on my own. After a series of voice transmissions, they decided to split the spoils 30-70. You greedy monk. You didn't even do anything, yet you want me to take 30%. Zi Chen was indignant. Greedy Zi Chen. How could he only give me 30%? He should at least give me half of it. The monk was dissatisfied with the distribution. Virtuous cultivator? What's his background? The monk asked. I don't know. It is said that he has roamed the fringe for thousands of years and is very powerful. He has never tasted defeat. He doesn't even put the wild wolf bandits in his eyes. He even calls the seventh overseer Seven Wolf Dog. The two of them asked and answered one another, completely ignoring the others. As for the seventh head, who had just woken up. After hearing this, he fainted again. In the end, when the monk heard what had happened, he said angrily, "There's actually such an arrogant person. How despicable. Quickly support the 7th manager. We'll go back and tell the 3rd manager to take care of this so-called virtuous cultivator." Hearing Tyrant's words, everyone was even more certain that Master Kindness was too scared to come over. Endless disdain rose in their hearts. Clearly, this monk wasn't a good person either. The Fringe was a chaotic place without any rules. Here, everything was based on resources. Most of the powers were located near resources. And resources were also the foundation of everything. The Wild Wolf Bandits had over a dozen managers. Other than the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd managers, the other managers were all at the late Void Flight realm. As for the first 3 managers, they were all sect masters. Furthermore, from what the monk had said, the Wild Wolf Bandits was only a small, unknown power in the Fringe. They couldn't even be ranked. A small power like this has 3 sect masters? Zichen was extremely shocked. The monk smiled and transmitted his voice. "Here, everyone calls them primal core old monsters. The title of Grandmaster is only popular in the land of barbarians. The next realm after the Spirit Origin realm was the Primal Core realm. Spirit Origin had to undergo Tribulation Lightning to reach the Primal Core realm. After traveling several thousand miles, they arrived at their destination. This was the place the 3rd manager was guarding. It was a Yuan stone mine. When Zichen had first heard about it, he had been shocked. The weakest power in the periphery was actually guarding an elemental stone mine. This was too inconceivable. It's just some low-grade Yuan stones and Yuan stone fragments. There aren't many of them. If it was a large mine, it would have been snatched long ago, the monk explained. But even a small mine was enough to make many people jealous. It was said that in recent years, many powers had come to snatch this mine. Other than the 3rd manager, there were 3 brigades with over 100 Void Flight Realm guards. They were divided into 7 brigades. The group returned with many injured people. Even the 7th manager was crippled. Naturally, it caused a commotion. Who did it? Is it someone from the Dark Wind Cave? The 9th manager was a big man with a bad temper. He immediately asked. The monk shook his head and said, "No, it's an early Void Flight Realm Taoist called the Virtuous Cultivator. Damn it, he's already so strong. Could it be someone trained by those powers in Chaos City?" The 9th manager's expression changed. After that, they brought the group back. The monk went to the 3rd manager and told him about the Virtuous Cultivator. After a few hours, the good and evil monk returned. Zichen was in his room. He asked, "How was it?" The 3rd manager is very suspicious. He's very similar to the 1st manager. He doesn't want to cause trouble. He told us to wait and see. Obviously, he doesn't want to investigate. He's afraid that the other party is really from Chaos City. Chaos City? What kind of place is that? It's the only city in the land of chaos. There are many strong people there, and most of the great powers in the land of chaos are from there. After a pause, the monk said, "To be precise, the great powers in the land of chaos built Chaos City." "Right, guess why we're called the Wild Wolf Stronghold?" the monk suddenly asked. "Why?" Zichen was startled. "That's because our leader is a wolf demon in human form." The monk smiled. "What? A transformed great monster?" Zichen was extremely shocked. Among the demonic beasts, great monsters were the same as core elders. Once they became great monsters, they could transform. But Zichen had only heard about it. He had never seen it before. Moreover, for a wolf to transform into a great monster, it was simply inconceivable. Danyuan old monsters are not like Zukong. They are people who have experienced the heavenly thunder tribulation. They are meticulous and cunning. None of them are good people. When they are in power, they are cruel and merciless. They will kill all of you. But once they lose power, they will run away. They have no dignity at all. You must be careful when you meet them. The monk poured a cup of tea for Zichen, saying, "Let's talk about you. You didn't die that time, did you obtain the sage's inheritance?" "It's good that I obtained the sage's inheritance." Chen shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. 9 deaths and 1 life, but I only obtained an incomplete technique. There's no sage's inheritance. Maybe there is behind the door, but unfortunately, I can't open it. After that, the two chatted for a long time. After drinking the 2 pots of tea, the monk finally couldn't bear it anymore and said impatiently, "Stop dawdling, hurry up and split the primeval stones." Chen couldn't help but laugh. So, the monk had been waiting for this. No wonder he wasted so much time talking nonsense with him. He was just short of asking the monk's family. The harvest this time was not small. After robbing a leader and a dandy, he had more than 1,000 upper-grade primeval stones and 10,000 middle-grade primeval stones. It could be said to be a big harvest. Even after giving the monk 30%, Chen still had a lot left. "All right, I'm going to cultivate. You'd better not disturb me for a while." After splitting the primeval stones, Chen stayed here. As soon as he came to the Bedlam lands, he felt a sense of crisis. In this Bedlam lands, those who were qualified to fight were all Yukong warriors. Those below true energy boundary were just mining. They didn't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. Moreover, there were many core elders here. The Wild Wolf stronghold was the weakest force, but there were 3 core elders. Moreover, according to what the monk said, there were many small powers in this area, and each of them had at least 1 Den Yuan old monster in charge. Although Chen could fight a late Yukong warrior, he would be at a loss if he ran into a core elder. Therefore, he had to speed up his cultivation. Moreover, the monk had said that there were no rules here. Sometimes, they would even rob their own people. The people here only believed in themselves. For several days, Chen cultivated and consumed his primeval stones at a crazy rate. Soon, Chen found that the harvest he had last time wasn't much, and it wasn't enough for him to break through again. "Chen, hurry up, there's a mission." The monk transmitted. In the Bedlam lands, apart from being responsible for guarding, joining a force also required one to go out and do missions. Of course, the mission content was the same every time. It was only one word: plunder. If one had to add another word, it would be plundering resources. These resources were very broad. There were refining resources, primeval stones, medicinal ingredients, and so on. Most of the plundering was focused on primeval stones and refining resources. And the Bedlam lands were like this. You plunder me, I plunder you. This continued for 10,000 years. What? Are we going to plunder? Chen was very excited. He was finally going to do a mission. He appeared in a flash. There were already many Yukong warriors gathered around him. Chen also found that the other 2 heads were also there. After a dozen days, Tuor Ao's injuries had miraculously healed. Only his face was slightly pale. The 3rd master spent a lot of money this time and gave him a spiritual pill. Monk Shong saw Chen's confusion and explained. "What are we going to plunder this time?" Chen asked. "Primeval stones. The Dark Wind Cave's primeval stone mine. Isn't there a core elder guarding there?" Chen looked at the monk doubtfully. There's accurate news that the core elder had an accident during his cultivation. He has already left for several days. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 421. Young Master Hai, that barbarian has appeared. A cold gaze came from where the 7th boss was standing. Many people looked over with cold eyes. It's all because of that barbarian. Through the crowd, young Master Hai saw Chen, and his gaze instantly turned cold. That day, they had suffered heavy losses. All of their wealth had been stolen, and the virtuous loose cultivator had disappeared. All of their hatred had been placed on Chen. That brat is very cunning. He's been hiding in the monk's residence and has never appeared. Otherwise, we would have dealt with him long ago. In the past 10 days, the group had tried to cause trouble for Chen many times, but they had all returned without success. They didn't dare to attack the residence of a boss. What's the point of dealing with him? Once we get there, we'll just kill him, said young Master Hai coldly. Of course we'll kill him, but before that, we'll torture him first. At the very least, we'll knock out all of his teeth. That's right, we'll slowly torture him to death. After the last battle, the 20 or so poor people had become a group. They would advance and retreat together, and fight for resources together. Zichen, be careful on the road. The 7th boss's people might be unfavorable to you, said the monk. 7th wolf dog. Zichen disdainfully said. Apart from the 7th boss, there's also the 8th boss. I defeated him back then, so he's following the 7th boss now. He's still holding a grudge against me, but he can't do anything to me. Be careful, he might cause trouble for you, reminded the monk. Zichen nodded. You should also be careful of the 9th boss. Although he looks rough, he's a sinister person. He's been a boss for so many years and hasn't died in several battles. It's obvious that he's not ordinary. The monk then told Zichen a lot more. When the 3 bosses arrived, Zichen saw a middle-aged man beside the 7th boss. His expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with hostility as he looked at the monk. This should be the 8th boss from back then. It's best if he doesn't provoke me. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. I've already explained everything. After so many years, this is the only chance. If we can successfully take the primordial stones in the mine, everyone will benefit. The 7th master and 9th master began to boost their morale. As for the monk, he did not say anything else. He merely sent a voice transmission to Lin Fan, telling him that staying alive was more important. Zichen looked around and saw that there were more than 100 people in the air around him. They were densely packed, and a terrifying aura surged around them. Just a small faction alone had more than 100 Zephyrs under their 3 leaders. It was obvious how powerful the fringe was. Under the lead of the 3 leaders, everyone set off. Barbarian, let's see where you can hide this time. When we get there, it will be your death. As soon as they left the encampment, young Master Hai led a group of 20 people in the air and approached Zichen. Then, a cold glint flashed in their eyes, and their killing intent was not restrained at all. It was Zichen's first time here, so he only knew the monk. At this moment, many people in the sky looked at him with a mocking expression, ready to watch a good show. No one would meddle in other people's business. Barbarian, you'd better enjoy the rest of your wonderful time. You don't have much time left. You should enjoy it. After a round of threats, the crowd rushed past Zichen at top speed. From the beginning to the end, Zichen did not even look at them. A group of poor people without wealth was like a toothless tiger. Zichen was too lazy to deal with them. They rushed day and night, and after flying for 3 days, they finally got close to their destination. This was a huge mountain range with undulating peaks. The Black Wind Cave's mineral vein was located here. Everyone, hide first. We'll move at night, the 3 leaders said. Obviously, they had discussed this before. Then, everyone hid in the mountain range below. The mountain range was huge, and there were mountains and ridges everywhere. Not to mention 100 Zephyrs, even hiding 1,000 or 10,000 people would not be a problem. Mph, kid, it's time for you to die. As soon as they landed, young Master Hai and the others rushed towards Zichen. Cold glints flashed in their eyes. With more than 20 people flying towards Zichen, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Everyone's expression was incomparably mocking as they waited to see a good show. We'll make you wish you were dead. A cold voice sounded, and the Zephyrs were all laughing as they approached Zichen. But in the next moment, a light flashed, and a tall and sturdy figure blocked their path. What are you doing? A cold voice sounded. 9 leader. Everyone's heart trembled. They never thought that the 9th leader would speak when the 8th leader did not care about this matter. We'll settle our grudges later. If any of you alert the enemy, be careful not to lose your head. The 9th leader said coldly, and his voice rang in everyone's ears. Young Master Hai and the others shuddered and nodded. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness as they retreated once again. The 9th manager's stern gaze also swept towards Zichen. When he saw the isolated youth, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. At this moment, everyone was in groups of 3 to 5, except for him. He was like a lonely old wolf standing in the dark, and his figure looked lonely and desolate. When night fell, the huge mountain range was completely silent. Not even the cries of birds or beasts could be heard. It was so quiet that it was somewhat strange. At the same time, there was an oppressive aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Why do I feel that we're not the only group here? There are others in the dark. Zichen transmitted his spiritual sense. Just wait for a good show. Tonight, you'll be lucky enough to see the true chaos of the Bedlam lands. Tyrant smiled. What do you mean? In this region, apart from the Wild Wolf Stronghold and the Dark Wind Cave, there are many other bandit groups. They should have heard the news. The first half of the night passed quickly, and in the second half of the night, there was a chill in everyone's heart. Everyone felt that something was wrong. This was a special feeling of indescribable danger. Apart from the few leaders who were still able to remain calm, the others' expressions had already changed. You, go ahead and scout. The seventh leader pointed at Zichen. Scout? What's there to scout? I can see everything with a sweep of my spiritual sense. Zichen was very puzzled. Cut the crap. Just go. A cold light flashed in the seventh leader's eyes. At the same time, more cold gazes swept over, including the ninth leader, the eighth leader, and young Master Hai. Zichen, go ahead. Be careful and check if there are any strange movements in the surroundings. Tyrant said. All right. Zichen nodded. This was the unique characteristic of the Bedlam lands. True energy realm cultivators were not even qualified to be cannon fodder. The real cannon fodder were those at the early stage of the flying realm. After leaving the mountain range where he was hiding, Zichen's mouth flashed a strange smile. Since they wanted him to be cannon fodder, then he might as well make it more glamorous. He rose into the air, and his aura surged as he flew forward. What is he doing? Releasing his aura like that will alert the enemy. Damn it, doesn't he know how to be patient? Angry curses rang out one after another. At the same time, strange lights appeared in several other directions. Zichen flew forward, and his powerful spiritual senses spread out. In an instant, he sensed one expert after another. Except for the core Yuan Realm Old Monster, as long as they were in the air, they would be sensed by him. Damn, this is indeed the Bedlam lands. There are so many experts. With his powerful spiritual senses, Zichen sensed at least hundreds of auras, each of which belonged to a flying realm cultivator. It's really chaotic. If hundreds of flying realm cultivators attacked together, then Zichen didn't dare to think about the consequences. Even he would die under the attack of hundreds of flying realm cultivators. Hence, Zichen soared into the air and flew straight to where Dark Wind Cave's faction was guarding the mine under the many doubtful gazes. Who is it? Stop. Releasing the aura of the spirit origin realm, the experts guarding the mine naturally sensed this strange aura, and shouted one after another. Hand over the mine, and I'll spare your lives. Zichen spoke, and his voice spread far and wide. In the distance, the experts who were hiding were all dumbfounded. Who the hell is he? Where did he come from? Is he an idiot? Or is he deliberately alerting the enemy? The Wild Wolf bandits were even more furious. They asked him to investigate, not to clamor at the mine. Now, their hiding in the middle of the night was completely in vain. Hand over the mine, and I'll spare your lives. Zichen shouted again, his voice rolling like thunder. Bastard! You're courting death. One by one, the flying realm cultivators flew up from below, their eyes flashing coldly. I think you're the ones courting death. You're just a few flying realm cultivators, and you dare to shout in front of me? Zichen glared and said proudly, believe it or not, I can call hundreds of people to wipe you out with just one word. The flying realm cultivators' faces changed, and they looked around, feeling that something was wrong. What? You're scared now? Then hand over the vitality stones, and I'll spare your lives. Zichen laughed proudly. Go to hell. The flying realm cultivators looked at each other and saw the cold, killing intent in each other's eyes. Then, they attacked fiercely. Boom. The void shook, and a battle broke out in an instant. Damn it, how dare you sneak attack me? Brothers, come out and kill the enemy. Zichen retreated quickly and shouted at the same time. Secretly, all the experts of the various powers were infuriated. They couldn't understand where this peak quality goods had come from. Kill. The flying realm cultivators chased after him. At the same time, More flying realm cultivators appeared from the mine. There were no less than 10 of them, and they were all on guard. Brothers, come and help. Zichen's shrill voice was heard as he fled. Where did this idiot come from? Which force is he from? Doesn't he know how to alert the enemy? Damn it, is he trying to expose us? Everyone cursed, wishing that he would die immediately. The wild wolf bandits were also cursing in their hearts. Only Tyrant was indifferent. Zichen fled quickly, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as if he was injured. At the same time, his voice was shrill. Brothers, save me. Such a shrill voice made many people laugh coldly. But soon, one of the forces could not laugh anymore. Big brother, that kid is running towards us. Damn it, retreat. The other party was furious. If we retreat now, there will be movement, and we will be discovered. Damned bastard, then kill him. There was endless anger in the cold voice. Boom. Chapter 422. Boom. The violent energy swept through everything. Brilliant light soared into the sky, and monstrous magical power filled the world. One of the forces hidden in the mountains made a move. It was powerful and decisive. Boundless energy surged in the sky, and the momentum was so great that it made everyone tremble. This was definitely a terrifying attack that had been planned for a long time, and it was fierce and ruthless. As for the effect, it made everyone dumbfounded. Big brother, I missed. An angry roar was heard, followed by a series of angry roars. Under the pursuit of a group of people in the air, Zichen fled in a panic without knowing where to go. He screamed from time to time, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be seriously injured, but the group of flight warriors behind him were very depressed. The other party screamed as if he was going to die in the next second, but after screaming for so long, he was still alive, and his speed did not decrease at all. In the sky, a cold smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Zichen's mouth. Immediately after, his rapidly advancing figure suddenly flashed to the side. Kid, don't you dare run away. Stop. Behind him, the group of flight warriors followed Zichen's movement. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying energy fluctuation came from below. Brilliant light soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying aura, and instantly flooded the place. This attack was extremely powerful, but it missed. Below, all the flight warriors were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Didn't he come here? Why did he turn? There's an ambush. Be careful, there are others here. Guard the mine, someone is attacking. Yu Kong, who was chasing after Zichen, was also startled. Then, he woke up with a start. In the sky, loud shouts resounded, and the sound spread all around. Yu Kong, who was in Dark Wind Cave, became alert. Big brother, what should we do? In the mountains, the flight warriors were all dumbfounded. The powerful and brilliant attack missed. If they knew this would happen, they would not have attacked before. Everyone was depressed. Why did that idiot suddenly change direction? Kill. Their tracks were already exposed, so there was no need to hide. The leader of the flight warriors shouted, and was the first to soar into the sky, and charged towards the Dark Wind Cave. Kill. 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 In an instant, battle cries shook the sky. Everyone took to the air and charged toward the Dark Wind Cave's mineral vein. Air-rending sounds could be heard as a group of people charged toward the ore vein. Brothers, come out and save us. Zichen, on the other hand, was still running away. He let out a sound as if he was about to die, but he didn't die even after a long time. This made many people so angry that they vomited blood. Senior brother, some powers are making a move. Should we go over and kill our way over? In the dark, a middle-aged man spoke. This was another hidden power. Don't worry. Let them fight each other while we reap the benefits, the man who was addressed as senior brother said in a deep voice. But soon, a panicked voice sounded. Senior brother, this is bad. That idiot is running toward us in a panic. What? The other party flew into a rage. He stood up and looked at the sky, only to see many figures flying over from the horizon. The one leading them was a young man, and he was screaming as if he was on the verge of death. His spiritual weapon trembled and emitted a brilliant light, displaying endless power. The young man dodged left and right, looking very miserable. Damn it, of all places, he actually ran to us. Attack, kill them with all your might. Don't let any of them go. The man's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his killing intent was boundless. Zichen's huge spiritual sense had already sensed everything in the mountain range in advance. A cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth again. Help! Just as the mournful voice sounded, Zichen instantly dodged to the side. Boom! In the mountain range, a terrifying energy fluctuation was transmitted. The momentum was not any weaker than before. Monstrous spiritual power surged and instantly drowned the people in the air who were following closely behind. In the next moment, screams could be heard. One by one, people fell from the sky. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Kill! Monstrous battle cries sounded again. Another group of people rushed up from the mountain range. Monstrous murderous intent surged. Kill! Kill this idiot! The man in the lead shouted. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If it wasn't for this idiot, his group could still hide for a while. Many people rushed up into the sky. A few people rushed towards Zichen. The rest of the cultivators rushed towards the mine with endless killing intent. Boss, what should we do? The earth-shaking battle cries and crazy killing intent made the cultivators of the Wild Wolf stronghold very uneasy. Someone asked. I didn't expect that barbarian to be of some use. He actually attracted other forces. Not bad. The seventh boss sneered and said, we wait patiently and let them fight to the death. Then we'll take the ready-made ones. Boss, you're indeed a good strategist. Everyone laughed. But this laughter obviously didn't last for long. A clear voice came from the sky. Brothers, save me. It was Zichen's voice again. Damn it, he's coming for us. What a traitor. You even dared to scheme against us. I'll go and kill him. Everyone was angry. Cold light flashed in their eyes. The seventh boss, who thought that Zichen was doing a good job, also had a gloomy face now. Everyone, don't act rashly. Maybe he's going somewhere else. That's right. Don't worry. Listen to this voice, he's half dead. Maybe he'll die halfway. Everyone said one after another, indicating for everyone to be at ease. Evil Good Monk laughed in his heart. He naturally knew what Zichen was planning. This was a person who didn't want to suffer losses. By using him as cannon fodder, he would attract everyone. Sure enough, this dying voice was getting closer and closer. Everyone couldn't hold it in anymore. Damn it, why don't you die? It's been half a day. You should die quickly. Everyone was unhappy. They couldn't wait to show up and kill him. Yu Kong, who was chasing after Zichen, was also unhappy. This guy was screaming so miserably and coughing up blood, but one of them was dead. After screaming for half a day, his speed was still fast. His voice was even more mournful, but he still didn't die. Damn it, why don't you just die? Unable to hold it in, one of the Yu Kong shouted. Then, he controlled the spirit weapon and stabbed at the back of the other party's heart. Pu. A soft sound was heard. The spirit weapon stabbed into Zichen's back. The latter's mournful voice finally stopped and fell from the sky. Damn it, he's finally dead. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This cultivator was also very surprised. He looked at the place where Zichen died and was completely dumbfounded. There was a group of cultivators below. They were densely packed, numbering more than 100. One was in the sky, one was on the ground. Both sides looked at each other, dumbfounded. Among them, the Wild Wolf stronghold cultivators who had been cursing Zichen's death wanted nothing more than to slap their own mouths. Why were their mouths so cheap? They had hoped that Zichen would die. But now, he had died in front of them. Ah, there's still someone here. After a short silence, an even more mournful voice sounded. Boom. Then, a super strong energy wave sounded, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. The mountain rocks exploded, and a beautiful light instantly turned the night into day. The Wild Wolf stronghold people finally made their move. Each one of them unwillingly flew into the sky and rushed to the mine to join the battle. Evil Good Monk glanced at Zichen, who was buried in the rubble, and smiled faintly. This guy really knows how to act. Then, he flew into the sky and rushed to the mine. Of all the times to die, he just had to die now. Count yourself lucky. Young Master Hai and the others also rushed to the battlefield while cursing. Boom! A chaotic battle broke out. All those who participated in the battle were in the air. There were hundreds of them, and they were fighting outside the mine. Hundreds of spirit weapons flashed, emitting colorful lights. They danced in the sky, and all kinds of lights appeared, destroying everything. Pu. As the light flashed, one of the flying warriors was killed. Blood splattered in the sky. At the same time, before the corpse fell, it was crushed by more energy. Only a spirit ring was left, and it became the target of everyone. Hundreds of people were fighting in a chaotic battle. There was no distinction between realms. Anyone who was hit by the energy attack would die. Even the late-stage flying warriors were no exception. Pu. Among them, dozens of flying warriors gathered together and controlled dozens of spirit weapons to sweep. A late-stage flying warrior could not dodge in time and was instantly torn apart by the spirit weapon. This was simply a meat grinder. Any cultivator who fell into it would be killed. Team 7, attack the front. The 7th Master shouted and commanded the whole team to attack. In the next moment, powerful attacks appeared. Sword chi, fist chi, and spirit weapons rushed to the front. There were dozens of flying warriors who bore the brunt of the attack and were all killed. This was a chaotic battle. As long as they were not from the same faction, they were all targets to be killed. The flying warriors died in groups. It really is a chaotic place. Everything is chaotic enough. Next to a pile of rocks, Zichen appeared. He looked into the distance and sighed. Here, life was really like grass. Even the flying warriors died in groups. Blood splattered in the sky. If they were not careful, the late-stage flying warriors would die. Suddenly, Zichen's pupils shrank slightly. Above the sky, a vague figure passed through the battlefield and walked toward the mineral vein. At this moment, the battle was very fierce. No one noticed this scene. Only Zichen, who was a bystander, saw it. Well, there are others. After that, 2 more figures sneaked into the mine. Could it be the Danyuan old monster? Could the 3rd Master be among them? Zichen frowned. After that, he also sneaked in carefully. At the same time, Zichen found that many people were like him. They had the same idea and planned to approach the mine. However, except for the previous 3 people, the rest were killed when they approached the mine. It was impossible to sneak in quietly, so they had to be high profile. Haha, how lively. How could I, the virtuous wanderer, miss out on such a chaotic battle? Suddenly, a clear laugh rang out from the horizon. Then, a berserk aura appeared. That familiar voice and that familiar aura made the 7th Master, young Master Hai, and the others tremble. They looked over and saw a Daoist in Daoist robes appear. Isn't that the 7th wolf dog? We meet again. I wonder what gift you've prepared for me this time. However, the virtuous wanderer's first words almost made the 7th Master faint from anger. Chapter 423. The virtuous unfettered cultivator appeared, powerful and domineering. Golden light flashed all over his body, making him look like a god of war in golden armor. He approached from afar, laughing loudly. The aura around him made the 7th Master and the others tremble. It's that god of plague. Their expressions became very unnatural. They had been brooding about the robbery last time for a long time. Now that he had appeared again, their hearts trembled. Fortunately, the virtuous unfettered cultivator didn't pay attention to them this time. As soon as he appeared, he went straight for the mine. Get the hell back! A late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator shouted, blocking in front of the virtuous unfettered cultivator. Boom! A powerful aura surged. The opponent unleashed a terrifying attack, causing the air to tremble. The attack was dazzling, making people's hearts tremble. Die! After unleashing this attack, the late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator was very confident, thinking that he could definitely kill this person. After all, there was a difference of 2 realms between them. He was so confident that he didn't know that many people felt sorry for him. Peng! The virtuous unfettered cultivator attacked. It was just a light palm, but it scattered a large amount of golden light, instantly destroying the late-stage Zephyr Realm Cultivator's attack. At the same time, the virtuous unfettered cultivator stepped forward and slapped out. The golden light drowned the opponent, and with a loud bang, the late-stage Zephyr Realm Cultivator coughed up blood and flew back. In just 2 attacks, he had defeated a late-stage Zephyr Realm Cultivator. Such power was shocking. Stop him. Guard the mine. The late-stage Zephyr Realm Cultivator was shocked, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he shouted loudly, "Whoosh! Whoosh!" As soon as he said that, light flashed, and figures flew out from the mine. All of them were Zephyr Realm Cultivators, and all of them emitted powerful auras. There were more than a dozen people, and the weakest was at the mid-stage Zephyr Realm. There were also 2 late-stage Zephyr Realm Cultivators who were comparable to managers. Kill him. The Zephyr Realm Cultivator from before shouted coldly, killing intent flashing around him. Kill. The dozen Zephyrs roared, and killing intent flashed in their eyes. They rushed toward the virtuous unfettered cultivator. At the same time, fierce attacks shot out, causing the sky to tremble once again. Many attacks covered the sky and fell down. Heavens! A dozen people are surrounding an early-stage Zephyr Realm Cultivator. What's going on? Are the people of the Dark Wind Cave crazy? Sending out so many people just to kill an early-stage Zephyr. Not far away, those in the air who had not witnessed the previous scene were all dumbfounded. They all thought to themselves that Dark Wind Cave was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut with such a formation. However, those who had seen the virtuous unfettered cultivator's true strength didn't think so. Instead, they were worried that these dozen or so Zephyrs wouldn't be able to suppress him. The spirit weapon trembled and turned into streaks of lightning, attacking the virtuous unfettered cultivator. At the same time, there were also attacks descending. More than 10 people moved at the same time, unleashing powerful attacks. At this moment, the virtuous loose cultivator also moved. He used an extremely fast footwork, and his figure was illusory and indistinct. He was like a blurry golden light as he evaded one fatal attack after another. At the same time, he waved his palm and struck out, bringing along a golden light. Crack! As the golden palm wind swept past, a spirit artifact let out a sound. The surface of the spirit artifact slowly cracked like a spider web before it finally exploded with a bang. What? He actually destroyed a spirit weapon? In the distance, everyone stared with wide eyes, dumbfounded. A mere early-stage Zephyr could actually destroy a spirit artifact with his bare hands. However, the shocking scene continued. No matter how powerful the attacks were, they would all be destroyed by the golden palm wind. At the same time, any spirit artifact that went forward would also be destroyed. In just a few breaths of time, 4 spirit artifacts had been completely destroyed. Is he really only at the early stage of Zephyr? Why is he so terrifying, destroying a spirit artifact with his bare hands? Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. However, in the next moment, something even more shocking happened, to the extent that the battle in the air paused for a moment. The virtuous loose cultivator emitted a resplendent golden light as he struck out with a domineering punch. The entire world was illuminated by the golden light of his fist, and the night instantly became as bright as day. Bang! The light of the fist landed, causing an explosion that caused the world to tremble. A mid-stage Zephyr was struck by the fist, and his body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The virtuous loose cultivator had directly destroyed a mid-stage Zephyr. Destroyed in one strike. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes were as wide as copper bells, and their mouths were so wide open that eggs could be placed inside. Their minds had been shaken countless times. If he had killed a mid-stage Zephyr in one strike, they could still understand. After all, his battle prowess was great. However, to destroy a mid-stage Zephyr in one strike was hard for them to accept. A mid-stage Zephyr was destroyed just like that. Moreover, the opponent was only at the early stage Zephyr. Just how much battle prowess did this require? The 7th boss, young Master High, and the others were so frightened that they were trembling all over. To destroy a mid-stage Zephyr in one strike, this was the opponent's true strength. Previously, He had only been messing around with them. Bang! Bang! The sounds of explosions continued as the zephyrs were destroyed one after another. A rain of blood fell from the sky. The virtuous loose cultivator was boundlessly powerful. He used his powerful battle prowess to tell everyone that the previous scene was not a coincidence. In just a few breaths of time, 5 zephyrs had already been destroyed. The remaining zephyrs were all terrified as they quickly retreated. The opponent had destroyed one with one strike. With such a powerful battle prowess, who would dare to go forward? Even the 3 late-stage zephyrs were terrified. They did not understand when such an existence had appeared in the Bedlam lands. Everyone retreated in fear, but the virtuous loose cultivator did not intend to let them go. In his hand, a golden light flashed as a golden sword appeared. This was a spirit weapon that had fused with a diamond. It was extremely high quality and exceptionally sharp. The moment it appeared, it flew forward. Puff! A mid-stage zephyr was unable to dodge in time. His body and spirit weapon were instantly cut apart. At the same time, a powerful energy obliterated the opponent's spirit sense. The zephyr died and his spatial ring fell, which was caught by the virtuous loose cultivator. After coming to the Bedlam lands and knowing the value of resources, Zichen naturally would not waste even a single ring. The zephyrs fell one after another as their rings were taken away. Zichen was purely stealing resources today. And for the first time, the virtuous loose cultivator's name was known in the Bedlam lands, causing the cultivators in this region to be terrified. Zichen charged towards the zephyrs as if he had entered an unstoppable realm. His body flashed with golden light as if he had put on a layer of golden armor, killing everything. In addition to being powerful, his defense was also shocking. Few could break through it. Coupled with his extreme speed, it could be said that even though he was only at the early stage of the Zephyr realm, his true strength was only slightly weaker than that of the core realm old monster. After that, it was a massacre. 9th Battalion, attack with all your might. Brothers, attack with all your might. At the same time, many experts also launched effective attacks, shooting out terrifying energy. Zichen relied on his extreme speed to dodge again and again, and then another round of slaughter. In the end, the Zephyrs were forced to flee. It was too terrifying. Years later, when some cultivators recalled the scene of that day, they still trembled from the depths of their souls. A single person could kill a group of people and make them flee. In the past, they could not even imagine such a thing. Moreover, there were many late-stage Zephyr realm experts who fled. Boom! The massacre did not come to an end until there was a loud tremor in the mineral vein. Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. After a little hesitation, he rushed towards the mineral vein. Wealth came from danger. With a trump card, even if he encountered the core realm old monster, he still had a way to save his life. All the Zephyrs who survived sent the other party away as if they were sending off the plague god. In less than a quarter of an hour, dozens of Zephyrs had died in the hands of the other party. As soon as the plague god left, the fierce battle broke out again. The mine was dark and dim, and it was very deep. As Zichen went deeper, waves of energy fluctuations came out. Obviously, there were people fighting inside, and they were very strong. It must be the core realm old monster. Zichen secretly said in his heart and carefully went forward. In the mine, there was a fierce battle. The fighting was between 3 core realm old monsters. When Zichen arrived, the 3 were already fighting fiercely. Then, Zichen's pupils suddenly shrank. In the depths of the mine, piles of primordial stones were placed there, shining brightly. Although they were not mid-grade or high-grade primordial stones, just some low-grade primordial stones and broken primordial stones, there were a lot of them. A rough estimate was no less than tens of millions. Zichen took a deep breath. Each pile was no less than tens of millions. In his sight, there were at least 5 piles. This was a fortune that even the core realm old monsters were extremely tempted. Zichen was even more tempted. He hid in the dark, so the 3 core realm old monsters did not notice him. However, to smoothly take away these primordial stones from under their noses was obviously harder than ascending to the sky. The 3 of them fought fiercely, not wanting the other party to get the primordial stones. Moreover, Their terrifying spiritual sense had already sealed the place. They would be aware of any movement. Wu Lei, don't go too far. We found these primordial stones at the same time. We should divide them into 3 portions. While fighting, the 3 of them were still negotiating. Wu Lei, it's the 3rd head. Zichen frowned slightly. He had heard of the 3rd head from Tyrant. Mph, you two are dreaming. Today, you dare to bargain with me, Wu Lei? In the future, I will definitely destroy your nest, said Wu Lei. He was a man filled with a fiendish qi. He was very strong. The other 2 core realm old monsters teamed up to fight him, but they were not able to obtain an overwhelming advantage. Instead, they were evenly matched. Then what do you want? Do you want us to return empty-handed? Asked the 3rd person coldly. You two take 10% each. The remaining 80 is mine, shouted Wu Lei. Dream on. The 3 of them did not reach an agreement. They fought fiercely again. Mph, reckless things. You just broke through to the core realm, but you dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Fine, I'll kill the 2 of you today and take your core realms to increase my strength. Wu Lei laughed sinisterly. A light flashed in his hand, and a pill weapon appeared. Damn you, pill weapon, cursed the 2 of them. In the next moment, one of them also took out a pill weapon. Then, the 2 of them activated their pill weapons and attacked Wu Lei. The fierce battle broke out again. This time, the 2 sides fought until the mine was about to collapse. Chapter 424. The 2 weapons clashed, shattering the heaven and earth. A rumbling sound came from the mine, as if it was about to be pierced through. Buzz. At this moment, rays of light appeared from the walls of the mine, falling down like thousands of auspicious lights. The runes intertwined, forming a huge formation. Not good. This is a formation. We've been tricked. Damn the Dark Wind Cave. How could they be so despicable? Everything is fake. The 3 primary core old monsters cursed, but they had the intention to retreat. They were decisive, abandoning their vitality stones and retreating quickly. Haha, you want to leave? Leave your weapons and your core. Laughter echoed in the mine. Dream on. Wu Lei snorted. Wu Lei, you'll know soon whether it's a dream or not. For figures appeared in the mine, led by a black-robed man. His eyes were like lightning, looking at Wu Lei through the formation. Hey Feng, it's you. Damn it, you've planned this from the start. Seeing the black-robed man, Wu Lei's face changed. The other 2's faces changed as well. Hey Feng was the first cave master of the Dark Wind Cave. His strength was not weaker than the leader of the Wild Wolf stronghold. This was clearly a meticulous plan to lure them out. The 2 of them looked at Wu Lei at the same time. In this area, the only thing that could suppress Hey Feng was a wild wolf. Wu Lei shook his head sadly. He had arranged everything when he got the news. One less person meant one less share. The greedy Wu Lei did not inform Wild Wolf. He did not even inform the other leader. The only thing we can do now is to fight our way out. Otherwise, we'll all die. Wu Lei said with a gloomy face. All right, let's fight our way out. The 2 nodded. The situation forced the 3 to form an alliance. Clang. Clang. The killing formation started to operate, and the sound of killing rang out continuously. Endless killing intent raged out, and a destructive aura rushed out towards the 3 of them. Boom. The 3 of them attacked together. At the same time, the 2 weapons exploded with an unparalleled aura, causing the formation to tremble. Zichen had retreated as soon as possible. When the array formation appeared, he felt something was wrong. The appearance of the 4 core Yuan old monsters was completely beyond his expectations. Furthermore, the following battle was clearly a battle between old freaks Dan Yuan. He had no leeway to intervene at all. As expected of the Bedlam, even the powerful core Grand Elder would fall into their trap. Zichen sighed. The great battle continued, emitting rumbling sounds. This time, wanting to steal the primordial stones under the watchful eyes of the 7 original Dan Elders was practically a dream. Thus, Zichen retreated, flying out of the mine. However, at this moment, another golden light appeared in front of them. Good and evil monk had also charged in. Why did you come out? Could it be that you've already succeeded? How's your harvest? Seeing Zi Chen retreating, Tyrant's eyes lit up. Hurry up and leave. This is a trap. There are 4 core realm-old monsters from the Darkwind Cave in the mine. They have already trapped the other 3. The odds are against them. Zi Chen quickly transmitted. Tyrant's expression changed. He turned and left. He had felt something was wrong before, but he hadn't expected this to be a trap. Boom. Boom. At this moment, a series of loud sounds rang out. Even the entire mine began to tremble as if it was about to split open. The ground shook, and the mine seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Hurry up and leave, shouted Zi Chen as he sensed danger. The 2 of them turned into golden light and ran out of the mine. Bang! A loud sound rang out, causing the mine to shake once more. The killing formation in the depths of the mine was broken by the 2 pill weapons. After that, the 3 nascent core eccentrics flew up. Want to leave? Have you asked me, Hei Feng? Said the leading black-robed man coldly, a mocking smile on his face. He struck out with his palm. A huge palm print instantly filled the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. It pressed down on the 3 of them. But the 3 of them had 2 weapons, so they weren't afraid at all. As the weapons exploded, the huge palm print was instantly shattered. But before the 3 of them could rush over, the other 3 original Dan Elders also moved, launching a series of terrifying attacks. Boom. After that, it was a battle between the original Dan Elders. It was abnormally fierce. The entire mine was shaking as if it was about to split open at any time. Boundless energy surged, even tearing the void apart. The powerful aura of the weapons swept over everything. It could be said that the weapons were the foundation of the original Dan Elders. With a weapon in hand, they could erupt with battle prowess several times higher than their own. And the value of a weapon was even more immeasurable. It could be seen from the fact that the 3 original Dan Elders only had 2 weapons. Moreover, when their lives were in danger, the 3 of them had stimulated all their potential. Their attacks were stronger than usual. A series of violent explosions echoed in the depths of the mine. Cracks appeared in many places. Rocks rolled down, showing signs of collapse. Boom. The entire mine was finally destroyed. Countless rocks were reduced to dust. A huge hole appeared, piercing through the sky and connecting the earth. Black wind, just you wait. I, Wu Lei, will remember today's situation. A figure rushed out from the deep hole, turning into a beam of light and fleeing at extreme speed. Under the joint attack of the 4 original Dan Elders, the 3 of them finally broke through. Wu Lei was the first to rush out, but he was already injured, coughing up blood. Humph, Wu Lei, you can't escape. With a cold snort, another black figure rushed out, chasing after Wu Lei. The injured Wu Lei's speed was somewhat reduced. Soon, he was caught up. The 2 of them fought fiercely in the sky. At this moment, they both took out their weapons. With each attack, the world was shattering, and huge holes appeared in the sky. Outside the mine, Yu Feng, who was fighting fiercely in the sky, was also shocked when he heard the 2 names. It's the first cave master of the Darkwind Cave and the 3rd leader of the Wild Wolf Stronghold. Both of them are infamous figures. I didn't expect them to appear here. And it seems like Wu Lei is already injured. Right at this time, more figures appeared one after another, flying towards the heavens. Their speeds were extremely fast, also fleeing. Moreover, when they flew out, they coughed out blood. One of them even had a terrifying wound on his body. That's the bandit leader of the Luo Mountain, Luo Mu. He's injured. And the bandit leader of the Doghead Mountain. I didn't expect him to be here too. And his injuries are not light. Everyone was shocked. They recognized the 2 original Dan Elders, but at this moment, they were clearly not in good condition. They were desperately running away. Boom. After that, another 3 figures flew out. The auras they gave off made people tremble. 2 of them rushed towards the 2 injured people, giving off boundless killing intent. It's the 2nd and 3rd cave masters of the Darkwind Cave. As for the other one, I haven't seen him before. Is that the new 4th cave master? I heard that he's a original Dan Elder, but I haven't seen him before. The skies of the Darkwind Cave were all shocked. For original Dan Elders suddenly appeared to fight against the other three, and all of them were injured. Obviously, they had the upper hand. Their killing intent was even stronger, and their morale was high. On the other hand, the other forces felt that something was wrong. Their morale was low, and they were thinking of retreating. For original Dan old monsters had appeared in the Darkwind Cave all of a sudden. It was clear that today's matter was a carefully planned trap, and the purpose was to kill the original Dan old monsters. As for the rest of them, they were completely cannon fodder. Kill. The skies of the Darkwind Cave were high in morale. They began to kill the other skies. Although they were cannon fodder, as long as they didn't die, their harvest would not be small. All of them were killing vigorously, and they didn't hesitate to snatch the spiritual rings. In the sky, the original Dan Elders were fighting fiercely. Terrifying energy circulated, and one fierce attack after another shattered the void. At the same time, many mountains below exploded, and the entire mine was destroyed beyond recognition. By the time Chen and Tyrant rushed out, both of them were covered in dust and dirt. They were almost buried alive by the endless amount of rubble. "Chimph, I've been waiting for you." Suddenly, a cold snort came from the sky. It was one of the original Dan Elders of the Darkwind Cave. He had sensed their auras as they were fleeing. Cold light flashed in his eyes, and he struck down. Boom! The void shook, and energy swept out. A huge palm appeared in the sky, carrying the powerful aura of an original Dan Elder. It pressed down on the two of them. Swish! Swish! The two of them reacted in time, dodging to the side. Their speed was comparable to lightning. When the palm landed, it exploded, and the entire mine was destroyed beyond recognition. Hey! The fourth cave master, who had been about to leave, was surprised to see that the two of them weren't injured at all. His attack as an original Dan Elder hadn't been able to kill two skies. And one was only at the early stage, while the other was at the mid-stage. With 30% curiosity and 70% surprise, the fourth cave master once more sent out a palm. This time, the flowing palm was even more terrifying, and it had already locked onto the two of them. The terrifying pressure made their movements somewhat slow. Chen and the monk looked at each other and nodded. Then, the two of them rushed into the sky. Since they couldn't dodge, they had to fight. With a loud shout, Chen's body shone with golden light. Golden blood soared into the sky, and his perfect body released energy. He raised his combat strength to the peak and punched out. Amitabha. The monk also chanted Buddha's name. His body shone with golden light, and his appearance was solemn. He was like a great Buddha, and he struck out with his palm. The golden palm and golden fist radiance emitted a dazzling light. They went against the sky and hit the original Dan Elder's palm. Boom! There was an explosion, and boundless golden light filled the entire sky. The blinding light made it impossible to look directly at it. Chen and the monk retreated from the sky, their blood boiling. The original Dan Elder's attack was also destroyed by the two of them. What? In the distance, all the skies who saw this scene were dumbfounded. The two skies joined forces and blocked the original Dan Elder's attack. This was unbelievable. At this moment, the mine had collapsed, and the original Dan Elder was fighting above them. No one dared to approach the mine. The piles of primordial stones were buried by the endless rubble. Chapter 425. The Devil Ape's concealment technique was much better than Chen's. While it was escaping, Chen signaled the Devil Ape to hide and see if there was a chance to take the primordial stones. After that, the formation was broken, and the mine collapsed. Countless rocks rolled down. The core Yuan old monsters all rushed into the sky and fought in the sky. Chen and the monk also ran out, so there was only the Devil Ape left in the mine. In addition to fighting Chen and the monk, the four cave masters of the Darkwind Cave were also in charge of monitoring the others. Once someone approached the mine, they would be killed in one blow. But it turned out that except for a few who didn't want to die, the rest didn't want to die. They fought fiercely in the air, but no one dared to approach the mine. For them, Killing more zephyrs and collecting more spirit rings was enough. The devil ape carefully moved through the ground. It was only the size of a fist, surrounded by black light. It was small in size and fast in speed. Soon, it reached the place where the primordial stones were. Squeak! Piles of primordial stones were in front of it. The devil ape couldn't help but cry out excitedly. It was Zichen's order to take all the primordial stones. Then, the little guy waved his hand. Streams of black light flowed and the primordial stones disappeared. The appearance of the devil ape was out of everyone's expectations. The group of core Yuan old monsters also didn't expect that there would be a little guy here. Outside, the fierce battle continued. The sky kept shattering, and huge cracks appeared. This was a battle of life and death. Wu Lei and the others were fighting desperately for a chance to survive. But at this moment, the most attractive thing was not the battle between Haifeng and Wu Lei in the sky, but the battle near the mine where the virtuous loose cultivator and the evil good monk joined forces to kill the core Yuan old monsters. One of them was at the early stage of the Zephyr realm, while the other was at the middle stage. Under their joint forces, they actually blocked the attack of a core Yuan old monster. This shocked everyone. As the fourth head of the Dark Wind Cave, Luo Yu's strength was naturally incomparably powerful. He wasn't considered weak among those of the same level, but today, he was blocked by the combined forces of two little fellows. Boom! With a palm strike, the sky exploded. Terrible energy flowed and fell down, carrying the terrifying pressure of a core Yuan old monster. Bang! Zichen and Tyrant joined hands and unleashed a powerful attack. The glaring golden light made it hard for people to look straight at them. The ferocious attack was not the slightest bit weaker than that of the four cave masters. The terrifying palm print was instantly neutralized. Moreover, the two of them had very strong physiques. The energy shockwaves only made the two of them bleed from the corners of their mouths. They did not suffer any serious injuries. How could this be? The two's ferocious battle prowess shocked everyone. However, the virtuous loose cultivator was already very strong before. Everyone had seen it with their own eyes, so they were only a little shocked. However, the monk's display of power made their eyes pop out of their sockets. Young Master Hai and the others were even more so. They used to think that the monk was afraid of death and came from a barbaric land, so his strength was weak. However, in today's battle, the monk had displayed a powerful battle strength that was not any weaker than the virtuous loose cultivator. Cries of alarm rang out unceasingly. The two of them fought the original Dan old monster, leaving everyone with a great shock. Not being able to kill the two of them at all times, Luo Yu was a little impatient. Furthermore, as he fought, he discovered that the energy in their bodies was extremely dense. Even after fighting for a long time, they were not tired at all. It was clearly impossible to exhaust the two of them to death. Moreover, as a original Dan old monster, he naturally would not use such a method. He wanted to destroy the enemy. Squeak, squeak. At this moment, Zichen heard the sound that he had been waiting for. It was the signal sent by the demon ape, meaning that it had succeeded. Time to go. Zichen transmitted, indicating that the monk should leave. Boom. The two of them released a powerful attack. After breaking the palm print in the air, their bodies were pushed back by the energy shockwaves. Taking this opportunity, the two of them flew away. Do you think you can leave without my permission? Luo Yu's eyes flashed coldly. The continuous battle had made him feel impatient. He had to admit that the two of them were extraordinary and had extraordinary battle prowess that far exceeded ordinary people. However, he did not release his strongest attack. In his hand, a bright light flashed, and a pitch-black longsword appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. As soon as the longsword appeared, it caused the void to tremble. With the injection of a trace of Yuan power, the void directly shattered. Pill weapon. The fourth cave master actually has a pill weapon. The fourth cave master has taken out his pill weapon. The battle is about to end. Everyone exclaimed, their eyes full of disbelief. In this area, the weight of a pill weapon was far greater than that of an original Dan old monster. Die! With the pill weapon in his hand, Luo Yu's aura became stronger, climbing to several levels. As the pill weapon trembled, The opponent held the sword and slashed forward fiercely. The void was instantly cut open like silk, and a pitch-black sword chi rushed towards the two of them. Damn it, he actually has a pill weapon. Looking at the incoming sword chi, Zichen and the monk's expression changed greatly. This was an attack from a original Dan old monster with a pill weapon. Its power was simply unimaginable. Amitabha. Golden light flashed in the monk's eyes. He put his palms together and chanted the Buddha's name. Rays of golden light flowed on the surface of his body, forming a protective light shield. On the surface of the shield, there were runes flowing, and an old monk chanting scriptures. The Buddhist protective divine art reappeared, known as the strongest defense. Then, the monk took a step forward, unexpectedly not running away. Unexpectedly, he rushed towards the terrifying sword chi, which was out of Zichen's expectation. "Monk, you're crazy," Zichen shouted, his eyes full of disbelief. When did the monk become so righteous? Bang! The terrifying sword chi instantly attacked with terrifying power. The protective light shield, known as the strongest defense, was cut open in less than a breath's time. The monk flew backwards, coughing up blood. Boom! But it was this less than a breath's time that gave Zichen the opportunity to attack. He pointed between his eyebrows, and the lid of the purple gold gourd opened. A ray of silver light flew out. As soon as the silver light appeared, it instantly expanded, becoming hundreds of meters long. Like a thunder dragon, it destroyed the space, bringing with it an unparalleled destructive aura, and fiercely collided with the sword chi. Boom! Then, there was a loud explosion. The thunder dragon blocked the sword chi, and the two exploded. The void began to crack, revealing huge black holes one after another. He blocked it, he actually blocked it. Oh my god, he actually blocked the attack of the Dan soldier. In the distance, everyone in the Zephyr realm exclaimed. The virtuous cultivator actually blocked the attack of a grandmaster. That silver lightning was not much weaker than the Dan soldier's attack. Oh, he has some skills. Luo Yu was very surprised. His eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, it should be something extraordinary. To be able to block the attack of a Dan master in the early stage of the Zephyr realm, it was indeed extraordinary. This made Luo Yu's murderous intent thicken. Then, the Dan soldier in his hand trembled, and he once again slashed towards Zichen. Boom! This time, Zichen was prepared. The purple gold gourd spat out a psychedelic light, and another thunder dragon appeared, going against the sword chi. Terrifying energy rippled, and the thunder dragon unsurprisingly blocked the Dan soldier's attack again. The void shattered, and one black hole after another spread out. When the energy dissipated, Zichen had already run to the horizon. "I told you, you can't leave." Luo Yu snorted. This little guy had brought him a lot of surprises, so he naturally couldn't let him go. He wanted to capture him and study him. Then, Luo Yu's figure flashed, and he chased after the opponent. Sometimes, he could feel the terrifying fluctuations of the Dan soldier. Everyone was dumbfounded. The fourth cave master of the Dark Wind Cave actually left just like that, and with a Dan soldier, he chased after an early-stage Zephyr realm expert. Wasn't this lowering his status? But before the dumbfounded crowd completely woke up, Luo Yu actually flew back with a flustered and exasperated face. As soon as he chased, he realized that his speed was actually not as fast as the opponent. In almost a few breaths' time, he lost sight of the opponent's shadow. "Luo Yu, quickly come and help," Haifeng said telepathically. At this moment, the battle between the Dan masters had reached a climax. Luo Yu, who was unwilling to give up, rushed to the battlefield with his Dan soldier. 4 against 3, the balance of the battle naturally had to be shifted. When the sky brightened, the battle would be completely over. Many Zephyr realm experts of the various factions had died. The Wild Wolf Stronghold's losses were even more disastrous. Among them, the 7th head, who had yet to recover from his injuries, was almost killed. The 8th head's whereabouts were unknown. The 9th head was heavily injured. As for the 3rd head, he was also almost killed by Haifeng. He escaped with heavy injuries. In addition, the leader of the Luomu Mountains bandits, Luo Mu, also returned with heavy injuries, almost dying. The leader of the Doghead Mountain, the Dan Master, was directly killed in battle, and his core essence was snatched away. Of the 3 original core eccentrics, 1 had died, and the remaining 2 were heavily injured. The only reason they were still alive was because they had pill weapons. Otherwise, they would have been killed. Haifeng and the others chased for a long time before finally returning to the mine. They wanted to take away the yuan stones that had been used as bait. But when they came in, the place where the yuan stones had been placed was empty. Damn it, where are the yuan stones? On this day, Haifeng, who had returned with a great victory, let out a shocking roar. The yuan stones that had been used as bait had disappeared without a trace. Tens of thousands of miles away, in a mountain range, Zichen and Tyrant were dividing the harvest. Why are there so few? Looking at the pile of yuan stones in front of him, Tyrant was somewhat dissatisfied. Zichen was dumbfounded. Although it was a large pile of yuan stones, it was nothing compared to the pile in front of him. It was not even half of the pile. Don't tell me you don't want to share it with me and let this little guy hide it. Tyrant was dissatisfied. Squeak, squeak. The demonic shadow screamed, and then kept gesturing with an aggrieved expression. What? You're saying that there's a pile of stones inside the yuan stones? Zichen's eyes widened in disbelief. He did not expect that the people of the Dark Wind Cave would be so shameless as to use fake yuan stones to scam people. But after thinking about it, he understood. This was originally a trap. It was not bad to be able to get so many yuan stones. Moreover, there were at least tens of millions of them, close to 100 million. It could be said that it was not a small fortune. Same old rules, 70%. Zichen said generously. No, this time it has to be 50-50. Tyrant did not agree. Looking at the yuan stones, he almost could not walk. Why? I got this. How dare you ask for 50%? Because I blocked the attack for you just now. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. Bullshit. If you didn't block it, I would have escaped. You made me waste a trump card. With the pile of yuan stones in front of them, the two began to quarrel. Chapter 426. The core realm-old monster of Doghead Mountain had died in battle, and more than half of the 100 Zephyrs that he brought with him had died. With their leader dead, they had no leader. Facing the pursuit of the Zephyrs of Dark Wind Cave, they had been running for tens of thousands of miles in panic. But they had never thought that they would see the loot being divided here. Moreover, the pile of primordial stones was close to 100 million. Such a huge number made them tremble. As soon as he finished speaking, rays of light flashed. A group of flight warriors surrounded Zichen and the monk. There were more than 50 of them, and 8 of them were in the late stage of flight warrior. Everyone's eyes were shining with endless greed. They were not as greedy as the monk and Zichen. Looking at the primordial stones in front of them, they were all satisfied. Even if they were exchanged for mid-grade primordial stones at a high price, it would still be a terrifying number. It's him. Everyone's eyes reluctantly moved away from the primordial stones, ignoring Zichen. They looked at the monk and frowned. They had seen clearly how the monk and the virtuous cultivator had fought the core realm-old monster. Now that they had encountered the monk, they were afraid. Fortunately, they did not see the Daoist. It was just a monk, and they were confident that they could deal with him together. Monk, hand over the primordial stones, and we will spare your lives. One of the late-stage Zephyrs shouted at the monk. Zichen, who was only early-stage Zephyrs, was directly ignored. How about it? I will take care of these people for you. The primordial stones will be split 50-50. The monk did not pay attention to the others, and directly talked to Zichen. You must be dreaming, damn monk. I am already being generous. You are still greedy. Zichen said angrily. As the saying goes, when you meet someone, you have to split it 50-50. Last time, I did not mind. But this time, it must be 50-50. Moreover, I saved you before. Bullsh *T, 30-70 it is. Either you get 30%, or you get none. If you have the ability, go find it yourself. Zichen was angry. The monk's shamelessness made him very unhappy. The two of them negotiated like this, going back and forth, and directly ignoring the more than 50 Zephyrs. What's going on? Being ignored by the two of them, everyone in the air was stunned. Furthermore, the situation before them was somewhat fishy. As a result, they did not immediately attack, and only narrowed the encirclement. The situation in front of him was a bit strange. This powerful monk actually couldn't be the owner of the primordial stones, and was willing to share it with the kid in the early stage of Zephyr Realm. But the strange thing was that the kid in the early stage of Zephyr Realm was unwilling to share it, and only gave the monk 30%, and each of them was very generous. As a result, everyone was in a state of confusion. The monk's powerful combat strength was obvious to all. Why should he bow down to an early stage Zephyr Realm cultivator? That's right, the monk's current appearance was exactly that. There was something strange and problematic about it. Everyone had a bad feeling. At this moment, one of them looked at Zichen and suddenly said, "Did you guys notice that this guy in the early stage of the Imperial Air Race looks a little familiar?" "You don't say. I also feel like I've seen it somewhere before. I thought it was an illusion." "Not bad, not bad. He does look familiar, but I just can't recall where I've seen him before." Many people opened their mouths. At this moment, they all felt that Zichen looked very familiar. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. "I remember now. Isn't he the idiot who drew us out after alerting the enemy?" "Yes, that's him. That guy's dead appearance, even if he turned into ashes, I would still recognize him. It's this immoral guy who lured us out, but isn't he dead? How is he still alive?" "That's right, it's that idiot. I killed him with my own hands, and even his spirit weapon was broken. But how is he still alive?" Everyone cried out in surprise. They all recognized Zichen, and all of them spoke rudely. At that time, Zichen almost angered them to death. What a good plan to lure the snake out of its hole. We've all been tricked by him. The leading Imperial Air Race's expression became very cold. Now that he saw the other party, he understood everything. The other party was not panicking at all, nor was he trying to die. Everything was intentional. This was a scam, and the goal was to let the other Imperial Air Race take action in advance while he faked his death. Then, when no one was paying attention, he would sneak into the mine and steal the vitality stones. After recognizing Zichen, the gazes of the Imperial Air Race's people became unfriendly. Waves of coldness surged in their eyes. 4060. 4060 should be fine. The monk's face was helpless, as if he had suffered a great loss. "You damned monk, keep dreaming." Zichen was still unwilling. Every time he gave the monk 10% more, he felt his heart bleeding, as if the monk was digging out his flesh. But after looking around and seeing the Imperial Air Race, Zichen suddenly changed his mind and said, 4060 it is. 4060 it is. I'll let you take advantage of me. But after this, you won't get a share of these 50 rings. The monk's gaze also swept across the crowd. After thinking for a while, he put his palms together and chanted, Amitabha. I'm a monk, and I don't like to kill. I don't want to participate in this kind of thing that will lead to hell. 4040 it is. Zichen was so angry that he wanted to slap this evil monk who was full of benevolence and righteousness but had done so many bad things. Not far away, the Imperial Air Race's people were confused. They did not understand. After the two of them agreed, they began to distribute the vitality stones. Zichen waved his sleeve, and rays of light flashed. He took away 60% of the pile of vitality stones, leaving 40 for the monk. This is only 35%. The monk mumbled. He seemed to be unwilling, but he still took the vitality stones. Zichen was infuriated. He felt that he had taken less than 60% of the primordial stones, maybe even 50%. Close to 100 million yuan stones were taken away just like that. Everyone felt empty in their hearts when they lost something shiny in front of them. This seriously affected their mood. Moreover, they were completely ignored from the beginning to the end, which completely infuriated them. Damn monk, hand over the vitality stones. The leader of the Imperial Air Race shouted. Amitabha. The monk chanted the name of Buddha and said, These primordial stones belong to this young benefactor, not this poor monk. If you want them, just look for him. As soon as he finished speaking, the monk retreated far away, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. The crowd was stunned. The surging murderous intent disappeared once again. They did not understand. Weren't these two friends? Why did they become like this after splitting the vitality stones? Monk, what do you mean? The crowd was confused. Someone could not help but ask. I only want my own vitality stones, and he wants your spiritual rings. You guys just happen to want to snatch his vitality stones. This is a conflict between the two of you. You guys can solve it yourselves. I can be a witness, but I won't participate. Of course, if you guys want to snatch my vitality stones, I won't let it go, the monk said seriously. But the Imperial Air Races people were confused. What the hell was going on? It was like a tongue twister. The crowd did not understand. They did not understand the meaning of the monk's words, but they understood some of the meaning. He did not intend to interfere in this matter, and this kid, who was only at the early stage of the Imperial Air Race, was greedy enough to want to snatch their spiritual rings. Kid, you're tired of living. You're only at the early stage of the Imperial Air Race, and you dare to have ideas about us? You're courting death. Did you eat a leopard's guts, or was your brain squeezed by a door? How dare you have ideas about us? Damn it, how dare you have ideas about us? Kill him, and use his vitality stones as compensation. The Imperial Air Races people shouted, their eyes shining with greed. One had to know that the other party had taken away tens of millions of vitality stones with a wave of his hand. Almost without any deliberate order, the Imperial Air Races people rushed towards Zi Chen, endless killing intent surging. Are you just here to snatch vitality stones, or to kill? Zi Chen raised his head and looked at the Imperial Air Races people. For the first time, he looked at them directly and asked in a calm voice. Chumph, do you still need to ask? Of course, we're here to kill and snatch vitality stones. Someone laughed. Can't we just snatch vitality stones without killing people? Zi Chen asked. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Today is the day you die. More people laughed, their eyes filled with killing intent. If it was the monk who said this, they would naturally consider it. But a mere early stage of the Imperial Air Race dared to talk to them like this. It was simply courting death. Well, I understand. Zi Chen nodded. Kid, what do you understand? In the distance, the Imperial Air Races people asked. I understand. I also want to kill and snatch vitality stones. As his voice fell, Zi Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Then, he rushed towards the Imperial Air Races people. You're courting death. The Imperial Air Races people laughed, thinking that the other party was simply courting death. But after one exchange, they knew that they were wrong. The other party was not courting death, they were the ones courting death. Puff. Golden light flashed, and a golden blade flashed. One of the Imperial Air Races people was cut in half. Blood splattered, and the corpse fell to the ground. A spirit ring was in the hands of the other party. Next. Zi Chen said, his voice cold. Peng. As soon as one of the Imperial Air Races people died, Zi Chen rushed to the second one. In a flash of golden light, a punch landed on the other party's chest. The next moment, a loud sound was heard, and the other party was knocked back. His internal organs were shattered, and his vitality dissipated. Puff. The third Imperial Air Races people came quickly. Zi Chen flashed past, and a golden light flashed between his fingers. Then, a head flew up high, and a headless corpse fell to the ground. In less than a breath's time, 3 Imperial Air Races people were killed, and 3 spirit rings were in his hands. Everything was so fast and decisive. How is it possible? Everyone's face changed. They did not understand how a mere early-stage Imperial Air Race could have such powerful combat power. Zi Chen's expression was cold. He turned into a golden light and flashed past the 3 Imperial Air Races people. This time, another 3 people died. 6. The cold voice made people tremble. Kill, everyone attack with all your strength. The other Imperial Air Races people all felt that something was wrong. They all shouted and rushed towards Zi Chen. In an instant, all the Imperial Air Races people moved. Powerful attacks appeared one after another, and brilliant light filled the sky. One after another, Spirit weapons swallowed cold light and slashed towards Zichen. Swoosh. Swoosh. Chapter 427. This was destined to be a one-sided slaughter. Zichen, who possessed the fastest speed in the world, was not afraid of being besieged. No matter how many attacks appeared in the sky, he could still dodge quickly. He would only come into contact with a few attacks, and if he could not dodge, he would attack again. However, each of his attacks was extremely powerful. Bang! With a loud sound, a spirit weapon was swept by the fist wind and directly shattered. Everyone's expression changed, feeling that it was inconceivable. Why did they see two existences who could shatter spirit weapons with their bare hands in one day? Many of the experts also had suspicious looks on their faces. Beside them, Monk put his palms together and muttered to himself, as if he was chanting scriptures for the dead. Swoosh! The void trembled, and a chill appeared behind Zichen. A sharp sword light was aimed at his back. This was a sneak attack, and the timing was very accurate. The Yukong who attacked was good at assassination. However, Zichen seemed to have expected it. His figure was like a ghost as he flashed to the side, dodging the attack. At the same time, he threw out a resplendent punch. Bang! Another spirit weapon was shattered, but the fist light did not dissipate. It continued to move forward and hit the sneak attacker's chest, shattering his internal organs. Normally, the powerful spirit weapons were indestructible. But today, in front of a mere early-stage Zhenkong, they were like paper, crushed with a single strike. Furthermore, the powerful Zhenkong was like a little chick today, being slaughtered by others. In a short period of time, more than a dozen Yukong had died. Zichen's expression was cold, and his actions were swift and decisive. When his opponent died, he quickly took away his opponent's spirit ring, causing the crowd to be shocked and ashamed. Kill, attack with all your strength and kill him quickly. Loud shouts were still heard. The 8 late-stage Yukong had all attacked, determined to kill Zichen. Even at this moment, they had some guesses about Zichen's identity. More Yukong rushed over and attacked from all directions, almost forming an inescapable net. However, it was almost useless. Very few attacks could land on Zichen, and even if they did, there were not many that could break through his defense. Zichen no longer hid his strength and showed his killing intent. Golden light shone around him, and his unparalleled battle strength reappeared. Boom! With a punch, a golden light flashed, and a late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator was blasted apart. In the surroundings, everyone was incomparably shocked. How familiar was this scene? It had previously brought them endless shock. You are virtuous, Sanren. Everyone's expression changed. Many of them were already terrified to the extreme when they saw this scene, and thoughts of retreating sprouted in their hearts. Who was the virtuous cultivator? That was an existence that could block the attack of a pill soldier. Furthermore, it had single-handedly killed a group of several hundred pill soldiers and forced them to flee. He's the virtuous cultivator. Run! Run! At this moment, the fear in the hearts of the crowd was completely aroused. One by one, they lost the will to participate in the battle. They turned around and fled, fearing that they would be killed if they were even a little slower. Today, none of you will leave, said Zichen. His voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Boom! Zichen pointed out with his finger, causing the sky to tremble. A golden finger imprint appeared, emitting a resplendent golden light as it pointed towards one of the Yu clan members. Ah, no! The Yu clan member let out a cry of horror and propped up a defensive light shield, wanting to block the attack. But obviously, it was impossible. The thunderbolt finger exploded, and the destructive energy rippled, instantly engulfing the opponent. Another Yu clan member was killed. Zichen stood in the air and didn't chase after the others. He formed a seal with his hand, and a simple seal appeared. The long-awaited extreme yin and extreme yang were displayed in turn, blooming with endless light as they rushed forward. The golden light was sharp and powerful. Wherever it passed, a fine crack appeared in the space, obliterating everything. Those fleeing figures were penetrated by the golden light, and they fell from the sky one by one, their vitality dissipating. Cries of horror and begging for mercy echoed in the sky. Virtuous cultivator, You're not a monk. You're a demon. Ah, demon, help. Virtuous cultivator, you're so cruel and killing innocent people. You'll die a horrible death. Curses and curses rang out unceasingly. Zichen stood in the air, facing the curses and curses. His expression didn't change at all. He was as cold as before. Seals kept appearing in his hands, and all kinds of powerful battle techniques were displayed. Resplendent golden light flashed from time to time, killing one new clan member after another. What powerful battle skills! Every time one of them appears, it will cause a huge uproar. The monk's face was solemn, as if he had transcended the mortal world. Only when he saw Zichen use battle techniques would there be human color in his eyes. Every battle technique Zichen used was extraordinary. Swoosh! Many of them fled in the air. Among them, there were a few cultivators who managed to escape Zichen's attack with great difficulty. Before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, the devil ape standing on Zichen's shoulder would wave its small claws at them. In the next moment, a black light that was like a chain wrapped around Yukong's body and pulled him back. This was an extremely shocking scene. The Yu clan member's body was out of control, and he fell back in the air. The black light wrapped around his body was like a rope that couldn't be broken. It was very strange. Although the black light rope didn't last very long, for Zichen, a momentary pause was enough. Where the golden light passed, the black light disappeared. The Yu clan member was cut down, and blood splattered in the sky. This was a one-sided massacre. More than 50 Yu clan members died one after another. Zichen showed his ruthless side, not leaving a single one alive. After that, the demon ape squeaked, turned into a black light, and rushed to the corpses to collect the spiritual rings for Zichen. It was very happy. After a while, the demon ape returned with a pile of spiritual rings in its small claws, showing off to Zichen. This time, Zichen's harvest was huge. In addition to tens of millions of vitality stones, there were more than 100 spiritual rings in his hand. Now, count how many vitality stones I have. Leaving the battlefield, Zichen found a beautiful place and began to count his harvest. He opened the spiritual rings one by one and counted the wealth inside. This one is not bad. There are more than 1,000 mid-grade vitality stones. It should be a mid-stage Yu clan member's spiritual ring. This one is too poor. Why are there only low-grade vitality stones? There isn't even a single mid-grade vitality stone. What a pauper. Wow, this is a lot. There are more than 3,000 mid-grade vitality stones. Opening one spirit ring after another, Zichen felt like he was on a treasure hunt. He was beaming with joy. He had never realized that counting primal stones could be such a delightful thing. It could make one happy for a long time. Zichen did not have many vitality stones left from the last robbery. He was originally worried that without the mid-grade vitality stones, his cultivation speed would slow down. But after this incident, Zichen did not need to worry at all. So far, Zichen had seen more than 10,000 mid-grade vitality stones, and there were still many spiritual rings that he had not checked. These vitality stones were enough for him to go into seclusion for a while. "What are you looking at?" I said. "You don't have a share of these things." Seeing so many vitality stones shining and dazzling, Zichen was delighted. But when he saw the monk coming over, he immediately became alert and quickly took away the spiritual rings that he had not checked. "Stop acting like a villain. I'm not here to ask you for primordial stones. I'm here to ask you what plans you have for the future." Tyrant stared at Zichen as he took away all the spiritual rings and said in a bad mood, "Find a place to go into seclusion and break through to mid-stage Yu clan." Zichen said, "You're counting on those broken vitality stones of yours to break through to mid-stage Yu clan." The monk curled his lips with disdain. "What do you mean?" Zichen looked at the monk. He had gained a lot this time, more than 10,000 mid-grade vitality stones. This was a huge number, enough for an ordinary Yu clan cultivator to break through. But Zichen was not an ordinary person. His ultimate energy was extremely pure, so the consumption of this energy was huge. The same heaven and earth spiritual chi could be easily refined by others into origin energy, but Zichen couldn't. In order to transform it into ultimate energy, he had to refine and purify it over and over again. When he obtained unparalleled battle strength, the consumption required for a breakthrough was also many times more than others. What I mean is, you can go to the market with me and exchange for more mid-grade vitality stones to break through. The monk said. Market. Zichen frowned. That's right. It's a place for trading. You can exchange for anything. If you're lucky, you can even exchange for elixir weapons. What? You can even exchange for elixir weapons? Zichen was shocked. In the land of savages, even if you had enough vitality stones, you could not buy any elixir weapons. They were not for sale in the land of savages. Even in the land of chaos, Zichen found that not every nascent core old monster had an elixir weapon. In this place, elixir weapons were still rare. Where's the market? Let's go now. Zichen said anxiously. He was extremely wealthy now, and the primordial stones he had were close to 100 million. Not now. I have to go back to the Wild Wolf Valley. The monk shook his head. Why go back? To be the 8th manager again. Even if you do it for 100 years, you won't get as much as you did today. Zichen curled his lips. I'll go back and take a look at the mine. I feel that there's something unusual there. The monk said solemnly. But how could Zichen believe that the monk insisted on going back? He definitely had something hidden in the Wild Wolf Valley, or he had some other wicked ideas. However, Zichen was determined not to go back. He wanted to buy an elixir weapon at the market the monk had mentioned. Do you think it's easy to get to the market? Not only is the journey long, there are also bandits along the way. There are even more bandits than locusts. With your strength alone, wanting to get there smoothly is simply a dream, the monk said. It's not that scary. Zichen looked at the monk, trying to see if he was telling the truth from his expression. So far, in this peripheral area, I have never heard of anyone who can fly into the market alone alive, monk warned. Then how do the others get there? They travel in groups led by nascent core old monsters. Even so, they have to encounter all kinds of battles. Is it that scary? Of course. So you should go back with me first. Then we'll explore the mine before going to the market. Chapter 428. Zichen didn't listen to Tyrant's persuasion. After getting the exact location of the market, he set off for it. This was an extremely long road. If everything went smoothly, Zichen would be able to reach the market in a few months. But Tyrant had clearly said that there would be a lot of bandits along the way. There were quite a few big and small factions. Even Dan Yuan old monsters might not be able to pass through smoothly. Therefore, Zichen's journey was destined to not be smooth. The facts proved that this was indeed the case. On the second day, Zichen encountered a group of bandits. In the Bedlam lands, those who could be called bandits were all Zephyrs. This group of 6 was clearly so. There was 1 late Zephyr, 3 mid-Zephyr, and 3 early Zephyr. The 6 surrounded Zichen, killing intent surging around them. The spirit weapons in their hands flickered with cold light. Without saying much, a fierce battle broke out. This was the Bedlam lands. Everything was based on robbery. The fierce battle ended as quickly as it started. The 6 Zephyr bandits became cold corpses. Their spirit rings were taken away, and Zichen left unscathed. For 3 days in a row, Zichen encountered bandits. After a fierce battle, all the bandits were killed, and not a single one was left alive. In addition, Zichen also made some small gains. His consumption was astonishing. Extreme energy was like a bottomless pit. Even with tens of thousands of mid-grade primordial stones, Zichen couldn't maintain it for long. In these 3 days, he encountered quite a few Zephyr bandits. This gave birth to an idea in Zichen's mind. After that, he changed his appearance, turning into the virtuous unfettered cultivator. Bringing the devil ape with him, he cultivated at night and hurried along during the day. He swaggered without any intention of hiding his tracks. During this period, whenever he found traces of bandits, he would deliberately stay for a while until the bandits appeared. Haha, a mere early Zephyr dares to come out alone. Simply courting death. Go, kill him. The same words, the same sinister laughter, and the same scene played out almost every day. Seeing the bandits, Chen seemed to have turned into a demon, running to the world to reap life after life. All the bandits were killed, not a single one was left alive. That was the rule of the fringe. The strong lived and the weak died. And Chen had displayed his ruthless and decisive side. Chen moved forward amidst the slaughter. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and Chen had encountered dozens of forces. All of them were flight users, and the number of flight users he had killed was uncountable. During this month, Chen cultivated at night and slaughtered during the day. As his realm steadily increased, his understanding of battle skills also deepened. Extreme yin and extreme yang, in particular, had made great progress. These were battle skills that even the lightning youth could not evolve. When he had obtained the inheritance, Chen had clearly seen the scene of the heavens falling and the earth rending when these two battle skills were unleashed. Apart from that, Chen had finally comprehended the true essence of the first style of the tyrannical fist. He was now able to unleash a truly tyrannical punch that was extremely powerful. After a month of fighting, Chen had thoroughly grown tired of killing. And so, during the second month, apart from a few bandit leaders or extremely vicious people, Chen rarely killed anyone. Although he had let quite a few people go, he had to get the spirit rings. That was the main reason why Chen had acted. And the name of the virtuous unfettered man also began to spread in the outer regions. A mere early flight user had the power of a peak flight user, and he also possessed extreme speed. No matter how many people there were, they were unable to surround him. The various deeds of the virtuous unfettered man spread in the outer regions, to the point that the news seemed to have grown wings and spread to the depths. For a moment, it caused the expressions of many bandits and unfettered people to change. After a night of cultivation, Chen opened his eyes at dawn. His eyes were flickering. It was time to go. He had been walking and stopping like this for the past 2 months. Squeak, squeak. On the side, seeing Chen get up, the devil ape immediately jumped up and burrowed into Chen's arms, continuing to rest. I wonder what kind of forces I'll run into this time. Chen was filled with anticipation. Moving forward like this was also a kind of experience. After flying for a short while, Chen saw corpses on the ground. They were all flying, and there was still blood flowing out of their wounds. It was obvious that they had died not long ago, and their spirit rings had long been taken away. Two forces must have run into each other. There were many wounds on the corpses, and they appeared to be in a mess. Moreover, they were left by different weapons. After checking the corpses, Chen continued forward. Not long after, he heard the sound of energy explosions in the distance. As he looked over, he saw many figures in the distance like small black dots. By the time Chen approached, the battle had already ended. It was a battle between two forces, and at this moment, one side had already lost all its members. On the other side, there were still a dozen flight users covered in blood and surging with killing intent. Yes. The leader was a black-robed man with a cold gaze and a powerful aura. After seeing Chen, he frowned slightly. There's still a fish that escaped the net. I'll deal with him. A young man at the early stage of flight user charged towards Chen with a spirit weapon. He was not an ordinary early-stage flight user. Before this, he had killed at least 3 existences of the same level. His battle strength was very strong, and he could face enemies of a higher level. At this moment, the battle had ended, and there was still one remaining. He also wanted to show off his battle strength, and slashed towards Chen with his spirit weapon. Peng! But in the next moment, Chen punched out. Golden light flashed, and the spirit weapon exploded. The young man flew backwards, his eyes filled with shock. His life force gradually dissipated, and his spirit ring had already been taken away. Instant kill. What? The others' expressions changed, and their eyes were filled with shock. To shatter a spirit weapon in one strike and kill an extraordinary expert of the same level, this battle strength was shocking. Chen stood in the air, his robes flashing. With a cold expression, he said, "Hand over the spirit ring, and I'll spare your lives." Stinky Daoist, you sure are confident. A mere early-stage flight user dares to boast shamelessly. Who do you think you are? A late-stage flight user shouted, his eyes flashing coldly. He held a long blade in his hand, and his body was stained with blood. It was obvious that he had killed many people. The opponent could kill an early-stage flight user in one strike, so he was naturally not weak. At this moment, other than the late-stage flight user, the others did not dare to speak. Zichen frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Stinky day oist, die. As soon as the words fell, killing intent surged, and the late-stage flight user charged towards Zichen. A blade light like a waterfall fell from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying aura. The late-stage powerhouse had a sinister smile on his face. His body was stained with blood, and there was a murderous aura on his body. With the same move, he had killed countless early-stage flight user existences. But this time, boom! Zichen threw out a punch. Golden light flashed, and the waterfall blade light was instantly shattered. At the same time, a golden light flashed in front of the late-stage flight user. Poof! With a soft sound, a head flew up, and the body of the late-stage flight user fell from the sky. In a simple exchange, the late-stage flight user was killed. What? He killed a late-stage flight user in one move? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The few late-stage flight user who had a mocking look on their faces before were even more shocked at this moment, as if they were facing a great enemy. You are not from the flying water cave. Are you the virtuous loose cultivator? Suddenly, a horrified voice was heard. The flying water cave was the force that these dead flight users belonged to. It was a small force that was not worth mentioning, and it had been wiped out today. They thought that the opponent was from the flying water cave, but to be able to kill a late-stage flight user in one move, such a powerhouse was obviously not something that a small force like the flying water cave could have. What? The virtuous loose cultivator? The one who scared hundreds of flight users with his own strength? Everyone exclaimed, their faces full of disbelief. Recently, the virtuous loose cultivator's reputation had spread. Almost every bandit force had heard of him. In the past 2 months, he had killed many flight users and created an undefeated legend. He was known as the invincible flight user. Rumor has it that the virtuous loose cultivator is only at the early stage of the flight user, and is not very old. He's wearing a Taoist robe. Everyone looked at Zichen and found that he was very similar to the virtuous loose cultivator in the rumors. Cut the crap. Hand over the spirit ring, and I'll spare your lives. Zichen's voice was cold as he looked down at everyone and repeated. It really is him. Heavens, I didn't expect him to appear here. Did he kill all the way from the outer area to here? The others were shocked. This was a true fiend. Who knew how many forces he had killed along the way? What arrogance. Virtuous loose cultivator, so what if you're invincible in the flight user? Do you know which power we belong to? The black-robed leader's expression changed as he shouted at Zichen. I don't care what power you belong to. I only recognize spirit rings. Hand over your spirit ring and you'll live. If you don't, you'll die. Zichen's voice was still cold. We're from the barbarian bull village, the strongest power in this region. There are several nascent core experts in our village. If you dare to rob us now, be careful that you won't be able to walk out of here alive, shouted the black-robed man. You're threatening me. Zichen's eyes flashed with killing intent. It's not a threat, it's a fact. If you dare to touch us, then an invincible flight user won't be enough, unless you have an invincible nascent core. The black-robed man faced off against Zichen. Zichen's lips suddenly curled into a smile. When it fully bloomed, it turned into a sinister grin. Zichen's figure disappeared into thin air. Not good. Seeing the virtuous loose cultivator's figure suddenly disappear, the leader's expression immediately changed. He quickly dodged to the side. Golden light flashed, and blood spurted out. One of the leader's arms suddenly left his body and flew into the air. Damn it. You dare to touch the people of our barbarian bull village? You're courting death. The leader covered his severed arm and shouted, Kill him for me. But as soon as he finished speaking, he looked around. There was no one left. The others had already run away. What kind of joke was this? This was the virtuous loose cultivator. With his power alone, he had forced hundreds of people to flee. Among them, there was no lack of powerful cave masters. At this moment, there were only a dozen of them. How could they dare to attack the virtuous loose cultivator? Looking at the fleeing figures, the leader's nose was about to become crooked from anger. He wanted to shout for them to come back. Chapter 429. A golden light flashed, and the leader's eyes dimmed. His vitality dissipated, and his body fell from the sky. Taking the ring, Zichen turned into a beam of light and chased after the fleeing Zephyr. Puff! Golden light flickered as if a sharp blade had sliced across. Blood spurted out as one of them fell from the sky. There were only a dozen of them, and they had no chance of winning against Zichen. In the end, they couldn't escape and were all killed by Zichen. After 2 months of travel, Zichen had left the outer region of the Land of Chaos and arrived at the central region. Compared to the outer region, there were more experts here, and more core realm-old monsters. Moreover, this barbarian bull village was one of the major forces in the central region. It was said that there were 10 core realm-old monsters. Zichen had heard about it before, so he acted decisively and killed them all. Taking the ring, Zichen left in a hurry. He was relatively low-key in the central region. Not long after, a team of nearly 100 people arrived. There was no lack of late Zephyr realm experts among them, each emitting a powerful aura. It's the Fifth Brothers team. No wonder they didn't meet up with us. They're all dead. Seeing the dead men on the ground, everyone's face changed. What a sharp attack. Almost all of them were killed in one blow. So clean. Could it be an core realm-old monster? Looking at the wounds on the dead cultivators, a middle-aged man frowned. Impossible. Why would an core realm-old monster attack us? Moreover, within hundreds of thousands of miles, who doesn't know about our barbarian bull village? Who would dare to be enemies with the 10 core realm-old monsters? It doesn't matter. If we die, then we die. Let's go and guard the mine first. Before my lord returns, nothing must happen to it. Then the group left in a hurry, not even bothering to deal with the dead bodies on the ground. Zichen moved forward at a fast speed, and didn't meet anyone from the barbarian bull village. At night, he once again meditated, absorbing mid-grade vitality stones one by one. The energy of heaven and earth also gathered toward Zichen from all directions. Suddenly, Zichen felt a powerful aura coming from the horizon. Could it be that the people from the barbaric ox stronghold have already caught up? Opening his eyes, Zichen frowned slightly. Then, he retracted his aura and hid himself, waiting to see what would happen. If it was really someone from the barbarian bull stronghold chasing after him, then he wouldn't mind sending them on their way. A few moments later, silhouettes appeared in the sky. There were hundreds of them in the air, emitting powerful auras. Furthermore, there was no lack of late-stage Zephyr plane existences among them. So many late-stage Zephyr realm warriors. Looking at the silhouettes in the sky, Zichen's eyes brightened. There was no original Dan-old monster in the team. Relying on his extreme speed, he could definitely slaughter everyone and reap a great harvest. Faster, faster. If you can't get there before dawn, you might lose your life. Everyone was very fast. They hurriedly flew over Zichen's head and disappeared in the blink of an eye. They did not even release their spiritual senses. Why are they in such a hurry? They must be in a hurry. Did something happen ahead? Zichen frowned and appeared from the darkness. In this area, there was no other force that could dispatch so many experts except for the barbarian bull stronghold. It could be said that the barbarian bull stronghold was the true overlord of this area. The 10 original Dan-old monsters had intimidated everyone. That night, Zichen was cultivating. After dawn, he got up and set off, but intentionally or unintentionally, he went in the direction where the people from the barbarian bull stronghold left last night. Along the way, Zichen did not encounter any other bandits. This area seemed to be completely quiet. Zichen's intuition told him that there must be something strange. On the evening of the second day, Zichen once again sensed the presence of cultivators. It's them. It was the Zephyr plane that he saw that night in a hurry. Now, they were hiding in the surroundings and were detected by Zi-Chen's powerful spiritual senses. Night soon fell. Taking advantage of the darkness, Zi-Chen carefully avoided the hidden cultivators and went deeper. After about a few miles, he stopped. Because with his powerful spiritual senses, Zi-Chen found that there were too many cultivators hiding in front of him. It was impossible to pass through. Once he went deeper, he would definitely be discovered. Little guy, go ahead and take a look. Zi-Chen took the little guy out of his arms and used voice transmission to signal him to go forward. The little guy's eyes were hazy. After hearing Zi-Chen's words, he nodded his little head and patted his chest, as if to say, "Leave it to me." After that, he was like a rubber ball, rolling forward in the night. He merged with the night, and even if spiritual senses swept past, they would not be able to detect him. What is this place? There are so many Zephyr planes guarding it, and they look so alert. Could there be something inside? Zi-Chen frowned and pondered. There were far more than 100 hidden Zephyr planes. Such a formation inevitably made Zi-Chen speculate. Not long after, the little guy rolled back and gestured at Zi-Chen with his little hand, his eyes shining. What? You said this is a mineral vein? Zi-Chen was shocked. The little guy nodded and gestured again, indicating that this was a very large mineral vein. How big is it? Zi-Chen asked. The little guy responded again. It was several times bigger than the Dark Wind Cave's mineral vein. Such a large mineral vein, shouldn't there be a primary core old monster guarding it? Why are there so many Zephyr planes guarding it, and all of them are so alert, as if a great battle is about to happen? Is someone going to attack this mineral vein? Zi-Chen clicked his tongue. But, who would dare to touch the things of the 10 primary core old monsters? Zi-Chen did not believe that in such a large mineral vein, there would be no primary core old monster guarding it. After thinking for a long time, Zi-Chen still could not figure it out, so he decided to stay and observe for a while. When the sky was bright, Zi-Chen retreated to the outskirts of the city. He carefully surveyed his surroundings. Every night, he would continue to sneak in. Several days passed in a row, but nothing unusual happened. Zi-Chen was a little impatient. If he did not feel that the Zephyr planes had become more nervous, Zi-Chen would have left long ago. Now, at night, there were Zephyr planes patrolling the sky. Their huge spiritual sense spread out, sweeping everything in the mountain range. In addition, there were also cultivators patrolling during the day. Zi-Chen retreated far away, quietly observing the changes. 2 days later, he found traces of humans in the distance. In order not to alert the enemy, the devil ape moved out again, and then brought back a shocking news. What? There are hundreds of Zephyr planes? Zi-Chen's expression changed. It seemed that there was really going to be a great battle. Moreover, it was the most Zephyr planes Zi-Chen had ever seen in a battle. There should be more than 1,000 of them. Zi-Chen finally understood why only a few of the monsters from the Savage Land could return alive. In here, no matter how strong you were, if you were attacked by hundreds of Zephyr planes, you would die without a doubt, unless you were like Zi-Chen, who had the world's fastest speed and powerful physical defense. If there is a Zephyr plane battle, then there is a battle between Zephyr plane old monsters. This should be a great power not weaker than the barbarian bull village that has taken a fancy to this load. Zi-Chen thought, suspecting that he might have seen a battle between 20 Zephyr plane old monsters. 10 Zephyr plane old monsters and hundreds of Zephyr planes. Is it just for a load of Yuan stones? Back then, the load of Yuan stones in Dark Wind Cave only had close to 100 million, and it was deliberately placed there. Obviously, the majority had been taken away. Although this load was larger than Dark Wind Cave's, with Zephyr plane old monsters overseeing it, as long as it was not a trap, there would not be many Yuan stones. It was obviously not worth it to send so many experts. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Zi-Chen's mind. Could it be that this isn't a Yuan stone load? In the Chaos Lands, Yuan stones loads were precious, but there were also things that were far more valuable. For example, the ores used to refine pill weapons were far more valuable than Yuan stones. For example, if a diamond load was discovered, it would shake the world. Thinking of that, Zi-Chen became excited. Perhaps this load really did contain some precious ores, and the materials it produced were the materials needed to refine pill weapons. That would explain why another power was willing to pay such a huge price to attack this load. Zichen waited patiently at the periphery for 2 days. On the night of the 3rd day, that group of people spread out, attacking the load from all directions. Enemy attack. Defend the load. Along with an ear-piercing shriek, a fierce chaotic battle began. In the dark night, streaks of light appeared, followed by a series of explosions. The sky shattered due to the terrifying energy explosion, and waves of energy fluctuations spread out in all directions. Haha, barbarian bull stronghold people, I wonder how many Deluo silver crystals you've mined these days. Hearty laughter rang out between heaven and earth. Powerful auras appeared, all of them at the late Zephyr realm. They formed a powerful force that charged towards the load. Damn it, it's the setting sun mountain people. Kill them. A cold voice rang out from the load, and then another group of Zephyr realm people charged out. Boom. Waves of energy swept out, and a series of explosions rang out. This was a chaotic battle. There were more than 1,000 Zephyr realm people participating in this battle, and there were Zephyr realm people dying every moment. Blood splattered everywhere, and in just a few breaths of time, the world was filled with a thick smell of blood. Peng. Waves of energy fell down, and mountains exploded, and vegetation turned to dust. Zichen, who was watching from afar, was speechless. This chaotic battle of 1,000 people was really terrifying. In this battle, the combat strength of an individual was almost negligible. As soon as they appeared, dozens of attacks were launched, densely packed, and fell in the same direction. In an instant, a large number of Zephyr realm people died. Here, there was almost no difference between the late Zephyr realm and the early Zephyr realm. Anyone who was swept by a wave of energy would die. In just a short moment, the number of Zephyr realm people who died was close to 100. At the same time, Zichen found that these Zephyr realm people were crazily charging towards the load during the fierce battle. This was very different from what he had imagined before. Luo-sen, you came here to rob us today. Aren't you afraid that our 10-core realm-old monsters will come back and destroy your setting sun mountain? A cold voice sounded, and a middle-aged man rose into the air. P.S. This is the 3rd update from yesterday. I owe a lot of updates. I wanted to try to break out, but who knew that I only managed to release 2 chapters yesterday? The pressure is a bit small.